Yes. Hopefully you're getting your refreshment. Dominique and I worked really hard to bake. We let Panera take the credit. Please go ahead and get some refreshment. Again, if you haven't had a chance, if you are able to sign in here with the QR code, or there's a piece of paper over there, we're also analog. And in a moment, we're going to give you another QR code for the agenda, but just wanted to let you know we're going to start in a few minutes. We thank you all for being here promptly, on time. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah. No, I won't. I just.
Yeah, we should be. It's our day. Oh, of course, of course. I gotta come see my people. Always, always. How you doing? Good, that's good.
Right out the way.
Any excuse I have. How you doing? Good, good to see you.
Sends her greetings.
Good, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for coming.
It's a part of the tenure. November.
And I'll be more than happy to come if I'm around. You know, if I'm free, I will. Yeah, I'm more than happy to do that.
All right, good morning again. We hope that you have had a chance to get some delicious pastries. And good morning to the folks joining us on YouTube. We can't see you, but we're really glad that you're here. For those in the room who have not had a chance to access it, if you could click here and get today's agenda. Again, we're really working to be sustainable and use a lot less paper. So if you don't mind, take a moment to do that, and we're going to get started.
Commissioner, right? But she pushed back and that first one. She walked back a little bit.
Sort of, kind of.
How you doing? How you doing?
Good, good, good. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, I know.
All right, hopefully you had a chance to get the agenda. If not, we'll make sure we have that QR code available for you. So good morning again. Good morning again. Good morning. We are small, but we are mighty. So again, we're really glad to have you all here today. I'm really glad to have you all joining us live on YouTube. This is a new experience for me. But welcome to the Urgency of Now 2.0, and I'll explain what that is in a moment. And this particular session is the urgency of environmental justice for Georgia's communities of color. And first, let me introduce myself. My name is Off. I am Robin Bussey, and I have the pleasure and honor of serving as the Just Health Director for the Partnership for Southern Equity, or PSE, as we will be shorthanding for the rest of the day. And the Urgency of Now 2.0 is a continuation of a health equity series that the Just Health Portfolio and Just Health Circle started in 2020, when I think you all remember probably where you were, 2020, probably at home, in the midst of a global pandemic. And we wanted to really highlight those inequities that were unmasked, quite frankly, pun intended. Inequities that we see every day around health, around racial injustice, that other people were just starting to wake up to. So as part of Just Health, we wanted to really raise those issues and just get people to understand that the time is now. We didn't have to wait for a global pandemic to be able to start doing the work to advance health and racial equity. So this is a continuation of that. And we are doing this series, we kicked it off in July with a virtual series about the journey to Just Health, so how we got here, how I got here. And this is our first in-person event, and I'm really excited because I got to work with my now sister, Dominique Mass, on this. And quite frankly, this was a random idea I had in the middle of the night, because I'm older. And I went to Joel Alvarado, who you will meet later, facilitator and said, ooh, I want to do this. And he was like, okay, you can do it. You gotta do it with just energy, which was perfect. So Dominique was a perfect partner in planning this. So again, this is the labor of love. We may be small in numbers in here, but we're mighty outside. So I always go with the coalition of the willing. I don't get too caught up in numbers. So we're really glad to have y'all. And we hope to have a really exciting program for you all today. And of course, you all who joined us virtually, we know you're there. We miss you, and we appreciate you being here as well. Oh, this is me. Again, Robin Bussey, Partnership for Southern Equity General Director. And I will be your facilitator throughout the day. Dominique and I will be sharing duties, so you'll see us a lot. And of course, we got the memo, the PSD ladies are wearing green today. So anybody in a green top or dress, that's us. We vibe that way. We didn't plan it, I promise. So one thing I do want to point out, as a part of our Just Health series, this one is really special, not because it's 2.0, but this one we are dedicating to Kia Griffin, who is one of our esteemed teammates, co-workers, family, who made her transition earlier this year, but she was very instrumental in us launching the first Urgency of Now series. So it's only fitting that we dedicate this to her. So you will see her beautiful face in person and online each time we do this. We're still doing this in her memory. So we miss you, Kia.
Amen.
So today, this is the formal part. We will discuss the intersection between health and environmental justice issues. We will collaborate, again, small but mighty, on strategies to move the needle forward toward equity, not only for our individual communities, but for the state overall. And of course, that's going to proliferate into the region, into the American South, and share national, state, and local resources to support ongoing and future initiatives. One thing we want to stress is that this is not the end of this discussion. This is just like the beginning. We have worked in individual spaces. Of course, we're in Metro Atlanta. Dominique is here on the coast, and we see what we see in our backyard. And we know that there's a lot going on outside of Metro Atlanta, outside of coastal Georgia. So this is our attempt and our effort to begin the conversation to get us all together in the same room so that we can start to do work together. We know when we do it together, we go further, faster, stronger, wider, deeper. So welcome to the first conversation. And these are some of the ground rules that we have in any discussion, any event that we have, just because we want to make sure everyone is starting from the same place. That's really important. These are a few that we have. You may have your own, and please feel free to share those if you'd like. But make space and take space. We know that there's some of us who love to talk, some of us who don't like to talk. So if you love to talk, make a little space for those who don't. And if you're not so excited about it, take a little space. It's safe. We won't bite you, I promise. We won't judge you. Intent does not negate impact. So be really mindful of what you're saying and how it might impact someone else. The analogy I use, the kids are outside playing baseball, the baseball hits somebody's window. Sure, you didn't mean to hit the window, but the window's still broken, and you still have to address that. So let's be very mindful of our statements and impact. The expert of your experience, that's you. Somewhere I saw that if you have practiced 10,000 hours or more, then you're an expert in a particular area. And basically, I did the math once, and I can't remember, but if you're over 7 years old, you're an expert in your life. You know what your experiences are. So make sure you use I statements when you're speaking. Challenge your beliefs. Think you may hear something you've never heard before, something that might be different, something that might, challenge your worldview, and that's okay. Again, this is a safe space. You won't get kicked out if you think something differently or learn something. I'm going to go back to that bullet, but listen to understand and not to respond. We do this naturally as humans. One acronym I like to use that I learned a long time ago, I'm still practicing, it's called WAIT. Why am I talking? So think about that when you're having conversations with folks. You can wait a minute. You don't have to respond. You can let it sink in. And last but certainly not least, respect is non-negotiable. If you are in this space, you agree to be in this space openly, willingly, and respectfully to everyone here, because we're all working toward the same goal. So is that okay? Yes, okay? I know it's like 3 of us, but is that okay? Thank you. I need some energy. Thank you. Thank people online. I figure y'all think it's okay as well. So now we're going to get properly grounded and welcomed into this space. So I'm going to turn it over to Baba Ofun from the Harambe House to correctly and properly bring us into this space.
Greetings, everyone. Is that loud enough? Can you hear me? Yeah. Greetings, everyone. I'm Ofumaja. Ola Ifamo Tinuwe Ofumaja and Njobi Ofutate. We're going to do this in the traditional way of the ancestors based on the Yoruba tradition, and we're going to open up to invoke the energy that's needed to proceed. Omi tutu, ile tutu, ono tutu, ori tutu, aye tutu, ekun tutu, tutu, no aye. Iba ludomari, iba domekong, iba dada sego, iba mawulise, iba sakatanga, iba nindala, iba nja, iba tango, iba kresi, iba chuku, iba nkulu, iba toshi, iba soko, iba zambi, iba rumle onokotu, iba rumle onokosi, iba. We give praises to the energy of wisdom so that it can keep us cool, calm, and connected. Iba, we give praises to the energy of action so we can go forward and do the things that we were brought forth to do. Iba, we give honor and energy to the spirit of the mothers. The mothers, may they support us in this, what we're going through. Iba, we give honor to the praises to the spirit of change, because that is one of the other than death, that is very inevitable. It's change. It's always what happens. We give honor and praises to the spirit of transformation. We give honor and spirit to the praises to the energy of sweetness, so that our relationships will be strong and the things that we do will be sweet. We give honor and praises to the energy to the twin energy, which causes us to move back and forth between the physical and the spiritual world. Ashe, ashe, ashe. We give praises to all the ancestors who were here before us. We give praises to all the national ancestors who may not be who may not be blood related to us, but are a part of our communities, and they laid the groundwork for it. Ashe, 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 to those. At this time, if you would like to call out any of your blood ancestors who may have transitioned, you can call it out at this time. Iba, Iba, Ashe, ashe, ashe. And also we would like to give honor to our national ancestors, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X. Any other names you would like to call out? Iba, 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 Ashe, ashe, ashe. And we'd also like to give thanks to our collective destinies and the point that they intersected this day. All of our destinies, all of our worries have come together at this point, whether we're going to stay on the same track or whether we're going to get off it or not. At this particular time, all of our destinies have come together. So we give praises to our individual destinies and our collective destinies. And we say Ashe, 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 Ashe,
How you feel? Good? Yeah? Sit back for a minute. Thank you so much, Baba. We appreciate you so much.
Go so quick. We give thanks and praise to the ancestors and Orisha.
Absolutely. Thank you. Now we're going to have a few opening remarks. I'm going to do this really quickly. We have two powerful folks that are going to welcome us into the space as well. We couldn't fit you both on the same slide, so sorry. But first, we'll have Dr. Felicia Harris, Brunswick Commissioner, City of Brunswick, and we'll also have our founder and CEO, Nathaniel Smith, welcome us to the space, if you don't mind.
Good morning. How's everybody this morning? Oh, y'all can do better than that. How's everybody this morning?
Excellent.
Awesome. First of all, I just want to make sure I'm staying in the arena where I'm supposed to be with bringing greetings from the City of Brunswick. I greet you on behalf of the Mayor, Mayor Cosby Johnson, Mayor Pro Tem Julie Martin, Commissioner Kendra Rowe, Commissioner Johnny Kaysen, and myself, Commissioner Felicia Harris. We greet you to our city to explore, to get to see what's happening in the City of Brunswick, to find out more about the environment of the City of Brunswick, and to also, as you go through this session on today, to not just identify some things that you have concerns with, but I am a person that always tells everybody in every room that I have an opportunity to go in. I love to listen at your concerns and to try to address your issues, but I'm not the problem solver. You are, we are together. So when we put our heads together, then we can come up with solutions to those concerns and to those issues. And so I'm excited about what's going to happen in this room on today, that you will not only identify your concerns and issues, but you will also bring us solutions so that we will have somewhere to start to work. And as Baba said, that the energy has been released in this room, and so now we are free to flow within that energy and to come up with solutions for those things that we all have a common concern about. And so I think I'm supposed to kind of identify some concerns of our community. And when I saw Mr. Lyde walk past the door, and I understand his wisdom and his energy and his passion that is historic in this area. I had some things, and I'll kind of throw them out there at you real briefly, but I thought about what's happening on Sapelo Island. And though Sapelo Island isn't Glenn County, it's our neighboring sister county. And so I changed my list, Mr. Lyde, because I had the immediacy of Glenn County, but it is still reckoning in Glenn County as it resonates in McIntosh County. And I said on my list, let me get it so I can make sure I read it right, and then I'm gonna get out y'all way so we can get to some real business. I went back and had to change, and I had to put this at the top of the list. And to me, and you all can correct me, and if I need to redirect it and how I put it out there, I'm open to correction. I said the weaponizing of eminent domain through a new way, and that's the weaponizing of government. In essence, I see it as weaponizing a new type of eminent domain. And they're taking property from persons who rightfully have the heritage and the ownership of that property. And they're using local government to do it. And so it is going throughout this entire coast, and they're not stopping. But the solution is, and I'm gonna get out the way because I think I want to just say that, so all the rest of the stuff you all to get to. But I wanted to put that out there because the solution is in this room. You are the solution. When I look at the diversity in the room, we can't be separated so much that we cause harm to our environments and to our future. And the harm that's going to come from that, as I go further up the Gullah Geechee corridor onto South Carolina and think about the elderly lady that's also now being bullied and trying to take her property through another weaponization of what you call progress through development. And so keep that in the forefront of your minds, that black, white, whatever our ethnicity is, whatever our class is, whatever our classification is. We are all one people, and harm comes to one, it comes to us all. Thank you. Y'all enjoy your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Harris. As Nathaniel comes, I just want to really quickly bring up two things. First, I want to acknowledge Ms. LaVanya Jones, who is our new PSD Just Energy Director. You have a chance to meet her. And although this is her fourth day, she has agreed to be our scribe, so she'll be capturing notes throughout the day. We also have 2 sheets of paper up there, our parking lot. Any questions you have, any thoughts you might have, please feel free to put them there. And also, please, bless you, who's missing? Some folks are not here in this room, and that's okay, but we know that you know some folks, and again, this is the first conversation, so anyone you think we need to make sure that's included in this conversation, please list their information there. And likewise, folks on YouTube, please do the same and email me or Dominique, and we'll make sure we capture all of that. So without further ado, thank
you. Let me first say hello to Commissioner Harris. I didn't see you when I walked by, and it's so good to see you. And of course, all of my friends who have chosen to spend time with the Partnership of Southern Equity this morning. First and foremost, let's just give thanks for getting up this morning. Some of us had to drive far to get here. Some people had to drive 5 minutes. But regardless of how far you had to travel, we should always give thanks. Gratitude is something that is very important for anyone to have. Especially people who are fighting for justice. Because every day is a struggle. But even if it is a struggle, we have to believe and embrace the reality for us that it's a beautiful struggle. And it's a struggle that in the end, when it's all said and done, we will win. So the other thing that I want to say is welcome. I'm going to do what my boss has told me to do, is say welcome for coming and engaging in what I think is a important and critical continuation of the work that the leadership has done in this community, and the Partnership of Southern Equity has just been blessed in many ways to continue to be a partner with many of the leaders in this special community. For those that may not be aware, we're not new to Glenn County and Brunswick as an organization. And we have been serious about cultivating the real relationships, not the fake ones, not the transactional relationships, but the transformational relationships that are required for the change that we seek and want in community. So I want to say also, thank you to the leaders of Brunswick and Glenn County for accepting us into the community, and even more so believing in us and understanding that our hearts are committed to being an ally and an advocate for what is needed in this community. And what is needed, you already know. It's the other critical thing. You know, we are not here to bring you a silver bullet. We are not here to encourage you to read a book. At the Partnership of Southern Equity, we believe that you are the book. It is just our responsibility to remind you of that fact and to make sure that we're doing all we can through the leadership of Dominique and Robin and other leaders to remind you of that and to make sure that you have what you need in order to realize the change that you seek in community. And last but certainly not least, I want to say this, which is very, very important from my perspective, as someone who has had an opportunity to be reared by people who have given their lives in the Southern Freedom Movement. if everybody who said they marched with Dr. King really marched with Dr. King, then we would have change yesterday. So as Robin alluded to, don't get caught up in the numbers. It always takes the faithful few, the individuals who are willing to put their lives on the line and their reputations in order to move our communities forward. And if everybody was running to be in front of the line to sacrifice themselves for our communities, we would be in a better place today. So I want to honor you for positioning yourself to be in that line, but also to understand that on many occasions being in that line is a lonely line. And so you will get more people who are willing to stand in that line with you when you win. Because success is never an orphan. Everybody wants to be a part of it, and you all are the foundation, really, for the change that we're going to see in this community. And we're just honored, really, to be a part of that change with you. Don't get caught up in the crowd or in the numbers. As disruptors, we're always alone. And so it's going to be important for us to stay together and remember that we're not just standing on the shoulders of our ancestors. I used to use that terminology, but actually they're standing around us. We don't stand on our ancestors, they stand around us. So we have to understand that. So again, I'm going to be a fly on the wall. I'm going to try my best, which is hard not to say anything today. For people that know me, that you should have a game or something that every time I say something to put a dollar in a jug or something. Somebody will be wealthy, at least, or hopefully not today, because I really want to observe and just let things unfold. And again, thank you, Dominique and Robin, for your leadership. Thank you, Joel, all of the staff that are here representing the Partnership for Southern Equity. I'm blessed every day, really, to work with such capable and brilliant and courageous leaders. So again, welcome. Thank you for coming, and we look forward to learning from you because like I said before, remember, we didn't bring any books. You are the book, and so we look forward to learning from you as well. Thank you.
All right, we are going to take a very quick, what we're calling a transition break. That just means we gotta get our stuff together real quick. So while we're doing that, you can stretch. One thing I forgot to tell you all, that the restrooms are out this door to the left, down the hall. There's a lovely sign that says restrooms. Please do what you need to do. If you need to step out and take a call, that's totally fine. We are going to first thank UGA, the Marine Extension, for allowing us to use the space. Ratchets, thank you very, very much. We appreciate it. Thank you. And we also want to acknowledge Commissioner Booker, who's here joining us as well, also from the City of Brunswick. Thank you so much for being here with us today. And this is us, Partnership for Southern Equity. This is our mission as you're transitioning really quickly. I also wanted to say, and I'm not sure if everyone had a chance to scan the agenda, we'll make sure we have the QR code available for you all again. We have what we think put together a really interesting afternoon. You're going to hear some data because it's always important. We love our numbers and our tables and our maps. And we're also going to hear the stories behind the numbers. So who are these people who are representing these data points, these numbers on a table, or these spots on a map? And we are going to talk about policy. We're going to talk about some community work. And then you all are going to talk. You're going to talk. Hope you'll have more time to talk now because we've had some shifts in our agenda. So we want you all to be able to talk to each other and to talk to us. So that'll be what our day looks like. We promise we will feed you. There will be some food in the middle. I didn't mention that, but there is food, I promise. So please, if you can, hang in with us. Sorry, folks on YouTube. Sorry. So we're going to go ahead and get started. We had a slight change in our agenda. One of our speakers, Dr. Sandifer from Morehouse School of Medicine, could not be with us. She had lots of conflicts. I mean, she really tried, so she could not be with us today. We do have her information, and we will make sure that we share And surprise, LP. So now, LP Green from Demo Lab South is going to come and start to talk to us about data. So again, if you all need to stretch or do whatever you need to do right quick, please do that while we transition. We're working between a couple computers. So just you have a couple of minutes to go ahead and do that. So we'll get ready for LP. Thank you.
I also wanted to mention that the Wi-Fi login
Yes.
password's on the wall.
And the Wi-Fi password is on the wall. If you didn't hear that, we know you all need it.
I'm Beth.
We are back. Welcome back into this space. All right, we are going to get started. Again, we're going to set the table with data. And we're going to kick it off with LP Green, who is representing Demo Lab South. We will have everyone's bios and headshots and information and slides available afterwards. So let's welcome LP as they come. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. Okay, I'm first up today. Good morning, thanks for having me. Again, my name is LP Green. I use they, them pronouns. I'm the Environmental Justice Project Director at Democracy Lab South, or Demo Lab South as we call it. So, today I'm going to be presenting to you all the data that came out of our BIPOC only environmental justice survey that we did across the state last year. And so, the first thing I'll do is I'll go through like the demographics of like who are these people that we spoke to across Georgia. Then I'll jump into thoughts and feelings about environmental justice issues, and then I'll do some information on climate change. And so I think that for us, I'll say like why we even did the study, right? I'm sure it's not a secret for the folks in the room, but historically, people of color, immigrants of color, people from low-income communities have been left out of the conversation surrounding environmental justice issues, especially in the South. And so we wanted to kind of create a baseline understanding of like how BIPOC communities, how immigrants of color, et cetera, are thinking about environmental justice issues and some solutions that folks have started to implement in their communities. So that is the why we did the survey, and I'll jump into the demographics first. So we talked to just over 1,000 people across the state. We talked to a lot of folks across the metro Atlanta area, but we also made an effort to get out of the metro Atlanta area, kind of echoing what Robin said earlier. We know that there's a lot of work going on outside of Atlanta, and a lot of folks whose stories aren't always well represented outside of the Atlanta area. So this is the total number of people that we spoke to. Here's the age breakdown. I think the largest age demographic was the 18 to 24. And then we got to talk to folks who were also 44, 45 to 54. I think we made a pretty conscious effort to talk to folks who were over the age of 30 or 40 as well. Here's a racial breakdown. Again, this was a BIPOC exclusive survey, so folks who didn't identify as a person of color were not included in the final analysis of the study. And the largest three racial demographics that we spoke to were Latinx communities, Black communities, and Asian communities, and about 30 to 32% respectively. And by income, the most folks we spoke to actually made under $25,000 a year. And so later on in the data, we'll talk about low-income folks, and we categorize that by people who made $47,000 or less in the state of Georgia. And so if we think about the people who made less than $47,000, all in all of who we spoke to, that's the majority of our respondents. So we're thinking about a large population of low-income folks for our study. Political ideology, I think this is also a really interesting point when you think about like environmental justice issues. I think it's often framed as like a liberals only kind of conversation, and for our survey, the largest political ideology was moderate, so people who fell into the mid-spectrum of political ideology, and then a smaller amount of conservatives as well. So again, this is inside Atlanta Metro. So we spoke to most folks who were inside the metro area. And I think that if we could do this over, if we could do it again, I think that I would want to kind of almost do a complete survey of folks living outside of the metro Atlanta area. I think that would be really interesting. But this is kind of how that fell out. And so we had a survey. It was about 15 questions, and just for today, I know I was slotted for about 10 minutes, so I'm going to go over the EJ issues and then the climate change issues that we surveyed folks on. So these were the issues statewide. So folks were able to go into the survey and rank the different EJ issues, and also put in EJ issues if they weren't already on the survey. And so we can focus on the top three for this conversation today. So we have air pollution, lack of clean drinking water, and high energy utility bills. And just talking to folks across the state about these findings, I think that not super surprising. I will say for like natural disasters or nuclear plants, I think that people experience inclement weather in Georgia in different ways. So if you talk to folks, let's say in Albany, who've experienced lots of like tornadoes and things, I think they're going to have kind of a different perspective of folks who live in the Atlanta metro area who maybe haven't seen that type of inclement weather. But the thing that kind of affects everybody, top 3 points here, and we'll jump into this, what this looks like by demographics. So by race, again, when we talk about race, we're going to talk about the 3 largest racial populations that we spoke to, which is Asian, Black, and Latinx. And so still kind of the 3 top ones, lack of clean drinking water, air pollution, high energy bills. That was pretty consistent across racial demographics. They'd switch up a little bit for high energy bills, but looks like lack of clean drinking water and air pollution is still pretty top of mind for folks. By political ideology, looks like again, air pollution, still top of line with lack of clean drinking water. And I think again, these are more kind of the immediate needs of folks from day to day, right? If you don't have clean drinking water and you can't breathe clean air, you're not gonna last too long. So I think that's why this is kind of continues to be top of line. When you think about rural and urban, so thinking about inside Metro Atlanta and outside Metro Atlanta, again, you have air pollution, lack of clean drinking water, high energy utility bills. Thinking about South Georgia or the Albany area, I know there's a lot of organizing around high energy bills and disproportionate fees, especially for Black folks living in that region. So that really checks out as well. We have the same question by income. Again, we'll do below 47,000 for low income folks and then above 47,000. And we're still holding pretty consistently for the top 3, air pollution, clean drinking water, utility bills. And we'll look for metro. Still really holding consistently here as well. So then I will jump into the climate change questions that we talked to folks about during the survey. So we wanted to, I think, start with how top of mind are climate change issues for these folks. Also to kind of disrupt the rhetoric that folks of color, immigrants of color, et cetera, aren't like talking about climate change or are really like affected by these issues. And so if you look at this is like statewide, the racial breakdown and political ideology. So you look at the very worried or extremely worried, the top one, all the way across is the most checked response, regardless of racial background or political ideology, or where folks were located in the state. So it's pretty top of mind for the folks that we talk to. And this is for income as well. It's still, I think, important to note that folks who made below 47 still noted that they were very worried or extremely worried about climate change. And then folks making above that point noted even more. And I think that when I was collecting surveys and talking to folks in community, I remember one Black woman said to me, "I can't worry about climate change if I can't pay my rent," right? So when you're, everyone's like, yeah, yeah. So when you are, below that income point and you also have a family, you have to think about daycare and transportation, et cetera, right? So if those material basic needs are met, it's harder for people to like advocate for different environmental justice issues, but they're still very worried about it. They're just unable to advocate in the same ways that maybe other folks have the capacity to do. So, next question. We asked folks if there was a list of everything you want an elected official to think about, to work on in the state of Georgia. Where would you put EJ or climate change issue on that list of folks to work on, right? And then we have, you can see like the racial demographics, political ideology. It looks like one of the top 3 priority lists, which for me, I'm like, there has to be like 87 different things like an elected official can work on, like, right? So thinking about climate change being in the top 3, I think is really important to folks. I think that really mirrors the urgency of now, if you will. Thank you. And so then we have the same question by income, and then kind of the same points that I just spoke about earlier with people below a certain income level, thinking about low income folks, having like less capacity to like think about EJ or climate change issues, not to think about, but to, I think, mobilize around is maybe a better way to say it, but they're still noting it as top 3 priority. And then when we talked about, so we understand that people think that climate change is a really important issue, but then how does it impact you and your family, right? Kind of bringing it even closer to home. That was our next question. And so it looks like across the board, most people noted that it was somewhat of a problem. And so you have like people saying that they're very worried about climate change, but then when you think about like how does this affect you and your family, saying that it's somewhat of a problem and maybe not necessarily a very big problem. For me and my team, I think that tells us that people understand that like they need clean water to drink, right? But then do they understand like who cleans their water? Do they understand how to advocate for that process? And do they understand how to hold those folks accountable? So for us, it seems like what's apparent is that the issue is not that like people don't understand that EJ issues affect them. It's like how do they advocate for the EJ issues that do affect them, right? And thinking, and then like kind of doing some community education around the issues because it does affect them and their families, right? So I think that's what we gathered from here. And we have the same question by income level, and it looks like kind of the same thing is happening with somewhat of a problem, just the same as the last slide. Okay, I think this is one of the last questions that I wanted to point out, thinking about kind of like where BIPOC communities that we surveyed, where they feel that the U.S. government stands with addressing environmental harm and injustice, and if they're doing too much or too little of the right amount. And so you can look at racial background, political ideology, and location in the state. And then across the board, the largest response was too little, right? So I like to say even like most conservatives think that they're doing too little. So yeah, I thought that this was also pretty telling, being that it also is like disrupting this perception. I think this like often like false perception that people of color, immigrants of color, folks from low-income communities don't want environmental justice protection, right? Like that this isn't important to them. I think that the kind of the data that we gathered really, really disrupts that rhetoric, and I think it's really telling. So I was slotted for about 10 minutes. I think that, I'm coming up to the end. And so this is the same question for income level. And so people who make above 47,000, which again is what we're calling low income, I think this is the highest response of thinking that the U.S. government is doing too little to protect BIPOC communities from environmental harms. And so I want to say really quickly that this was like a really quick kind of high-level summary. I do have some printed reports that we made after this came out. So if folks want like a printed 5-page report that kind of shares this info but in more detail, I'm happy to share that with you. And I guess I will pause here.
So, thank you.
Yeah. Oh.
So I want to thank LP. I don't know how long we've been talking about this. Over a year? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, this is the first time we met in person, so we're still in that environment. So, yeah, as you can see, this is really important to get out, particularly because it was focused on Black people and people of color, and they really made a great effort to get outside of Metro Atlanta area. Because there's a whole other 159 counties with a lot going on, so there's a lot of great information here. And I know there's a white paper that we can share as well. Also, I really came up here to transition to Noah and to also say we're going to hold our questions till after. So if you have any, you have some lovely notebooks. If you can just scribble your questions and hold them, and we'll just do it all at the same time. And Noah from Emory Rollins Public School of Health will come forward. I'm not going to try to butcher your last name. I've known Noah now for over a year, and I still do not know how to pronounce his name, and I'm not going to do it. So welcome, Noah.
Noah's good, thank you. While we get set up here, I just want to, first of all, thank the organizers for inviting me here. It's very exciting to be here, to see a lot of familiar faces in the room, and I just always appreciate the chance to come down here and talk about what we're doing, which is a collaboration. Thank you. with many of the folks in the room here, as well as a number of folks who are not able to be here today. So, again, my name is Noah Skowronek. I'm at the Rollins School of Public Health at Emory, and I'm in the Department of Environmental Health. And what that essentially means is that my colleagues and I in the department spend all of our time thinking about and studying pollution. So trying to figure out how much pollution people have been exposed to, where that exposure is coming from, and also trying to understand what the health impacts of that pollution might be. And what I'm going to do for the next 9 minutes or so is just tell a story of how we came to be involved in a study here in Brunswick that we think is an important study. I'm not going to talk about the study itself, just about how it came to be and where we are with that. And I'm going to try to do it through the lens of thinking about data, because I think I took the assignment very literally. And I'll just get started with this map. And I think this map, for many of you in the room, the local folks in the room, are familiar with this map. It comes from the EPA's cleanups in my community. And this is Brunswick there in the peninsula, of course. And this is data in and of itself, and it really tells a lot of stories, right? I think if we're all looking at this, we see many different stories that are emerging from this data. One obvious one is just the concentration of hazardous sites in Brunswick. So these are different kinds of sites. The big national priorities listed Superfund sites are in yellow, and then there too, and then there's a whole range of other sites. So the concentration of sites tells a story. The distribution of the sites obviously tells a very important story, very important environmental justice story, where these things are located, even though there's no socioeconomic or demographic data on here. If you know even the basics of where people live in Brunswick, this is an environmental justice story. And then, for me, another thing that jumps out at me when I look at this map is just how much environmental data there must already be here because of the different kinds of sites. There are federally designated hazardous sites. There are state hazardous sites. There are former industrial sites. There are ongoing industrial sites. And that means there's all kinds of data, either data that's required for the design of remediation, of cleanup, whether it's because of permitting, whether it's emissions monitoring, and so on. So there's clearly a lot of data out there. And that's really, in some ways, how we became involved in work down here, is that we were invited by some of the people and organizations in this room to try to kind of sift through some of this data. So we were invited to join some conversations that were ongoing about environmental issues in Brunswick. And as I understand it, I wasn't in those first meetings. This issue of environmental health, of human health came up again and again. And since that's what we work on, that's why we were invited to join those discussions. And we were really asked initially to do a few things, but one of them was to try to go back into that data and understand what it means from a human health perspective to grow up and to live and raise a family and work in Brunswick. So obviously, many of you here know what it means. On a personal level, I'm talking about this more on a sort of a scientific, evidence-based level, because I didn't grow up here or live here, so I can't speak to that experience. And that's really what we set out to do, is just to comb through this immense amount of data to see whether we can answer this pretty straightforward question in a certain way, but also very complex question from a scientific perspective. And we found all sorts of data as we expected. One of the types of data we found was very old data. A lot of these sites were designated hazardous sites in the 90s or early 2000s, so there's a lot of data from that time. It's somewhat old, and that's just to say it's a little bit challenging because you don't always know if it still applies to today. And it can also mean it can be challenging to find, because the 90s, as we know from an information perspective, was a different world before the internet and everything else. We also found other types of data that might be hard to find or hard to understand. So the seafood consumption guidelines that many people know about here are pretty easy to find, but the raw data that's underlying it can be hard to find and hard to understand, although it is available publicly and it is a really valuable resource. Then there's a whole set of data that was either never collected or never shared. So these are potential data that we were told by people we talked to that there had been studies in the past, but we were never able to identify them at all. We just don't know what happened, whether they were never done, whether they are not shared, whether they're sitting in the library somewhere, but we just were never able to find that, although people experienced being approached by scientists to actually collect that sort of data. And then there's a whole set of data that answers a different question than the question we were after. So we're after this question of whether it's safe, essentially, to live and work, raise your family in Brunswick. And some of this data is very helpful at getting at that question. So it's good to know if the soil is contaminated, or it's good to know if the fish is contaminated, because that's how it might enter your body. But you don't actually know if it is getting into people's bodies and if that's having a health impact or not. So essentially, to make a long story short, we did try to find those types of data, those types of studies also, and we didn't find very much. So there were a couple studies from early 2000s on mercury exposure in workers at the LCP chemicals plant. We found a study of fishermen in around the same time period, looking also at mercury, but it has some scientific issues, and as you can see, it also has some representative issues. Only 4% of the people in that study were African American, and that's really all we found, okay? So this really doesn't get at that main question that we were trying to answer. And after we sort of debriefed the partners that had asked us to look into that, we actually did it in this very room about a little over a year ago. They invited us, they asked us to conduct what we're calling a human exposure study, to actually try to find out if these chemicals that we know are around Brunswick are getting into people's bodies, right? So we started to design that study, and in February of last year, we started to advertise for volunteers to participate in that study. This is the flyer we used, and we really had overwhelming interest from people down here. We had hundreds of people express interest in participating, and in March, we came down and collected blood samples from 100 people, and those blood samples have been analyzed in the lab at Emory over the last several months, and we are now at the point where we are preparing to present those results back. There's actually letters in the mail now with the results going to the individual participants who participated in the study, and on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday, on the 19th, we're having a meeting in Howard Kaufman Park at 6 o'clock to go through the summary results of that study. So unfortunately, the timing is not great because I wanted to be able to talk about it today, but that's where we stand. And I guess I'll just conclude, since it is a session about data, that we have, there's lots of data here. It answers some questions pretty well. It doesn't answer other questions so well. We've also find that as soon as you answer one question, that tends to raise a whole set of new questions and more complicated questions. And then, this isn't something I've talked about in any detail, but it's very important to be very intentional about collecting the right data to answer the question you want to answer, to collect it the right way, and to share it. And the reason I want to close with that is just to essentially thank the partners that we've been working with here, because they've really guided us in this process from the very beginning in terms of what they wanted to look at, how they wanted to do it, how they wanted to share and advertise, and every other aspect of the study. So we're really grateful to them. And I don't know what my time is, but I'm going to stop right now. Well, I have nothing else to say. I can't think on my feet like that. But thank you.
Questions now. If you have questions for LP or Noah, this is your time. If you're on YouTube, if you will please leave the comments in the chat. We'll make sure we get those to either LP or Noah. This is a lot of information, and we were really, thank you both for doing this. This is ongoing work. This is important work that if we haven't been directly a part of, we've definitely been observing, and we wanted to make sure that we bring into the room and to the virtual space. So, any questions? All right. How are we going to do this? That's okay. We'll start here.
Very quick one. That's okay.
This question's for LP. You mentioned that you have the 5-page report that summarizes, and how do we access that?
I have it printed out.
Oh, you have
to
it
share with
printed.
people, and if I run out, then I will email people those report directly.
Okay, I would love a printout.
Okay.
So, thank
Yeah,
you.
Okay, get my steps in.
I don't need all that.
Okay.
I was just gonna say, I'm so grateful that this is happening. When I first moved to Brunswick in 2021, I told my children if they didn't say, excuse me for passing gas, I was gonna stop the car, and it wasn't, it was in here. So then I moved to the county, but I'm still concerned because my son was rolling around playing soccer at Clarkson Park, and then the fence came. And then we didn't hear anything else. So I'm just so grateful, and the question that I'm gonna have is really not a question, it's just thank you, Rebuilding Together, Blaine County, and the people that sparked my knowledge for this, and I'm so glad you're here, and I'll see you on the road.
Thank you, and we feel the same, and I think the stories that you're talking about are a lot of the stories that we were told too about why it's important to try to look into some of these issues.
This question is for LP. You talked about the areas outside of the metro. Just curious as if you could possibly share maybe those specific areas, how far south or southwest, east you were able to go.
So, well, the ones I remember off the top of my head would be the Macon area, Savannah. Oh, wow. Macon, Savannah, Albany. And then we had some like in the Dalton area as well. I think those are like that. But I think in the report we have like them listed out, so I can give you like the full list.
Well, that's my daughter, and she took part of my question. Are you all considering coming further south to do a study?
Well, I think that we would love to do additional research. I think that right now it's kind of just a question of like getting that funded, but there is definitely a desire and an interest to like kind of do a specific research bit outside of the Atlanta metro area. So thinking about coastal areas in the south, rural areas, etc. So yeah.
Anyone else? If you didn't hear that, we need money. Anybody else? Any other question?
I have a question for LP and a question for Noah. For LP, my question is if you could just describe a little bit of how you conducted the survey. Like it sounds like you were having face-to-face conversations with people, and so I'm just curious, like by phone, were you door knocking? How did that happen? And then my question for Noah is how you at Emory decided to handle the age issue with exposure. If someone, hey, how are you thinking about data where someone's been living here for 50 years versus a child who may have had more acute exposure, maybe younger? I'd love for you to talk a little bit about that if you could.
Thank you for that question. I forgot to go over that in my presentation. And so the first thing we did was we bought a whole bunch of $10 gift cards so we could pay the people who were taking our surveys. So we got 1,000 gift cards, if you can imagine how chaotic that was. So we did that, and then we partnered with organizations that were already doing work in these communities. So the director of Demo Lab is the previous executive director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice Atlanta. So she had existing relationships with AAAJ, and they already had a group of organizers. So we partnered with them, gave them iPads, and sent them out into the communities to kind of do their organizing and talk directly to other people. Then we partnered with the Latino Community Fund that was working with Latinx farm workers in South Georgia. And so there was kind of an expo that Latinx farm workers were participating in. And so they surveyed 140 people in one weekend there. And then the rest was just other organizations that we had partnered with in the past, partnering with them to go out into communities and talk directly to people. And then I did the surveys as well. I would just go to community events. I went to a wedding in Savannah last year, and I surveyed before that, and so it was pretty informal and wherever we could talk to people.
Okay, great question about age. I'm going to answer it in several different ways. some more practical and others more maybe philosophical, I don't know. The study was limited to adults who had lived in Glenn County for more than 10 years. So that was a inclusion parameter that we started with straight off the bat. We can still look at like, and will, and have, how are exposures different if you're under 60 versus over 60, or under 40 versus over 40. So those are all things we can do because we do know the age of the participants. Why did we do that? There are a couple reasons. One is you obviously want people who've lived here for a while to know to have a better idea if those exposures are from living here. But also, doing this sort of study on the children is a whole different situation. And obviously this is the first thing we've done here. There's a lot of trust, a lot more trust that needs to be done when you're talking about collecting blood from the children. And we didn't really consider that in any detail, in any real way for this first study, but we have talked about it since, and that was essentially where the conversation goes. It's just, that's a big deal. And also, for studies like this, you want enough people to be able to say something statistically, and it's hard to get a lot of children, of course. I think you're also asking another question, which is an important question, which is how do you know that the exposure came from Brunswick or from particular places, but also if it happened recently or it happened a long time ago. And that's probably an example of one of the bullet points I wrote at the end, which is that you answer one question and it raises another question. And I think that's really where that's what I have to say about that. But thank you for the question.
Anyone else? And again, if you have any, go ahead.
There was a study that we did for pregnant women to test the mercury in their hair follicles here in Brunswick, because as being a doula, I was giving my mothers those tests, but never heard from them.
I never found that or know about it, so
wow.
I'd like to see it.
Yeah, I have a copy of the brochure.
I'd love to see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? And again, please leave your comments in the chat and we'll make sure we'll get them to the right place.
This is for LP. Can local governments contract with demo labs to do survey work, or do you all contract or do consulting?
Yes to both.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. Okay, we'll talk.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll
thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
You were making connections.
I can just yell.
Okay, please yell. Thank you.
We can just pass that too, you know, all for cardio.
Just a question for you, LP. I don't know if you got to this a little bit, but when people ranked the issues that came up for them for EJ, did you list out like a bunch of what you considered EJ issues, or did they kind of say like what came to the top of their mind?
We listed all, like the one on the table, like the table I showed, we listed all of those. So people could like see and like choose, and they just kind of like dragged them to rank them, and then they could insert their own if they wanted to. And also I want to add that the survey was done in 9 different languages, so when you see like the Asian population, a lot of them were done in like Korean, Chinese, Gujarati, Bengali, Spanish, English, so I also will raise that.
We have some copies.
Noah, real quick. And I'm asking this because I truly don't know, but was data transparency an issue, not with the study, but with data that you were looking at from the region and past, locations or what's out there? Is that a challenge?
Just finding what you're looking for?
Yes, or just have, for say the Superfund sites or even active sites, is finding or having access to that data a challenge, or is it kept, in private hands or government, reasons for secluding that information?
Do you want me to take the microphone? It's going to feel like I have more to say about it than I do. All of the above, but I will say, for those of you who've worked in Superfund and other related aspects of this, like Rachel, for example, it's really complicated, and I hadn't done that much before, so it's possible that people more savvy than I on the particular details of the permitting, the Superfund process and stuff might have been more successful, but I did find data that was privately kept within some of the companies that run the sites. I found very easily accessible data that's on the internet that was relevant. Then you find data that's reported in some of the government reports, but actually accessing what was underlying that can be a challenge. So it was really a whole range. And I can see why a lot of people are frustrated about that, because it is so difficult to find things that should be public knowledge. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Any more? I don't want to skip anyone.
I don't know if this, I don't necessarily have a question, but maybe a comment. Curious, two things with LP. The lady you said that mentioned about she's worried about, paying her rent. How did you all, I guess, was it just a gift card to get them to participate, more of them, or sort of an equitable, since this is PSE, number of low-income folks participate?
Yeah, thank you for that. I think that for me, with doing participatory research, especially with people of color, low-income folks, et cetera, I just feel like it's ethical to pay your participants, and so that was the decision, and that was like across the board. So I guess that's not like an equitable decision. Maybe that's more like the quality, because obviously some people were not starting from the same place that participated in our survey, but I think it was important to provide that like baseline of compensation. And so I think that's why we decided on the $10 gift card.
Okay. And my second point is I'm going to actually ask Kimberly to comment on something that we're working on. And with the data, UGA had a graduate student put together I forget what we called it.
A neighborhood mapper.
Yeah, Gray Sands project, where you could put in your address, and then all the toxic waste sites around there will pop up. And she had issues getting data from certain places. She had to do a kind of open records request. Some places didn't have, we don't even know what's buried there. So that created, Noah talked about, trying to answer one question, then other questions come up. And so Kimberly, can you just talk about that project a little bit?
Yeah, she was a master's student, and she completed her work, and this was as COVID was going down too. So we need to, she partnered with EJAB, our local Environmental Justice Advisory Board, and so we need to follow up with her and move that map into a more accessible place. It was done through Esri, and so there's a number of GIS map layers that you can see proximity to different hazardous waste sites. I believe brownfields were included too, but I was thinking with Noah's map, I'm curious to compare those two references, because every time we compare things, we find something that wasn't on the surface before. But we also had some layers pulling in some of the social vulnerability indices and all these really great and utilitarian Esri layers, but that are not accessible or practical to expect people to have ARC apps on their phone to open that. So we need to think through that accessibility piece in terms of maneuverability, and then ultimately we'll be partnering with EJAB to have that accessible through our website, which is currently under construction, and maybe partnering with the college to maintain it, but that's part of what we're figuring out through EJAB too, in terms of that capacity. All these things are so fantastic, but since we're working so hard behind the scenes to learn more, they are constantly changing. So keeping up with this information so that we maintain currency, and then therefore the trust in our relationships, I think is absolutely critical. Is that?
Right, and to the process that it sounds like LP went through. We with the human exposure study. That was our thinking when we suggested EJAB and the other local partners put together this health fair to not just pass out information, but to gather information. And we took a lot of time preparing the different stations. I can't remember how many we had, and then what came out of that was people were worried about, and we all, those of us who grew up here, been talking about it. People, folk were wondering, am I contaminated, basically? And so that's how we moved to that, and then, so the results, the results of the pilot study are here and interesting. That's all I can say about it right now.
And that was branded, that was Brunswick Healthy Neighborhoods, the health fair that he's referring to, and that is something that we expect to continue, not just with future fairs, but also just the general Brunswick Healthy Neighborhoods. That should be a name y'all continue to hear. And the second objective of that was for people not just to see the data, to contribute more data, but to see the faces of those of us that are trying to collect the data. So that's the most important part, so that it's not over email or just in public meetings, but that people can see these are the people working on the issues and have opportunities personally, confidentially, one-on-one to ask any questions, share concerns, that sort of thing.
The engagement is, I think, is so important, and it sounds like that LP them understand that it's and as I stated in a meeting at Georgia Southern here last week, it is personal. It's personal for us that grew up here, that live here now, and so we want to make sure that those that are helping us partner to study, to gather the data, and to come up with possible solutions that is personal to you all as well. And I'll end there.
That's okay. Thank you for mentioning. Believe it or not, we are on time. Amen. Is there anyone else? This is your time. I mean, you still have time, but okay. No? All right. Well, again, we are on time as a facilitator. That's pretty amazing. So now we're going to have a grounding break, and our folks on YouTube, you can participate in this as well. And so I'm going to turn this over to the gorgeous Dominique Mack.
Thank you, Robin. I am loving all of the energy that we have here today, and I'm so glad to be with you all. My name is Dominique Mack. I'm the Senior Manager for Coastal Georgia under the Just Energy portfolio. Of course, I work for the Partnership for Southern Equity, if you don't know that by now. I wanted to take the time to recognize another one of our commissioners that's in the room, Commissioner Katrina Felder from Waycross. Yes, Waycross family. Also, Executive Director of Golden Isles, the Coastal Pines Technical College. Yes, I got that right. When we were designing today, we wanted to make sure that we also incorporated breaks in what we like to call community care, right? And anybody that knows me knows that I'm all about healing and making sure that we incorporate that, because as Nathaniel always reminds us, that trust is built at the speed of relationship, right? And when I was thinking about this moment, I said, what if we could just use 5 to 10 minutes to imagine what would a healthy community look like, feel like, smell like, taste like, right? Because we know that a major part of how we undo trauma is connecting with ourselves and connecting with our feelings and being present in the space. So I'm gonna go to my next slide. Thank you. And I just want you to close your eyes with me, if you feel safe and comfortable enough in your seat. And I want us to take a collective breath. Deep breath in, deep breath out. Another deep breath in, and deep breath out. And as you take that next breath, I want you to release any shame, any guilt, any thoughts that have been interrupting your space in this place. And as you feel comfortable opening your eyes back up and welcoming yourself back to the space, I'm gonna go to Robin first. When you imagine a healthy community, what does it smell like to you?
It smells clean.
Mm-hmm.
It smells clean. I don't want to say it's odorless because there are good smells. You feel like when you take the breath, you're just taking in air. You're not taking a whole bunch of other stuff.
Mm.
It just feels clean and pleasant and uplifting.
All right. Lavanya, what does a healthy community taste like to you?
Okay. A healthy community tastes very fresh, natural, like that greenery, vegetation type taste. Oh, thank you. Can y'all hear me? Okay, so it tastes fresh, refreshing, that vegetation type taste, greenery type taste, with a little sweetness.
Patrick, what does a healthy community sound like to you?
All right, can you hear me? All right, a healthy community sounds. Oh, is it sounds?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's calm. There's not much going on. You can hear children. You can hear people talking. So it's not loud, and it's not like a combination of 15 different sounds all at once. It's the wind blowing, it's children playing in the street, and it's neighbors connecting with one another.
Thank you for sharing, Patrick. And Dr. Gear, you know you're my shiro. I have to mention it every time I see you. Dr. Gear, what does a healthy community feel like to you?
Safe, liberating, no confines about where you live, where you play. Yeah, liberating, free.
And Ashby, tell me what a healthy community looks like to you. And you'll be out there.
Yeah, it looks, that's a good one. It looks like people enjoying their community fully, without fear. Yeah, that might be it for me.
That's good. Does anybody else want to add something that came up for them? Joel.
I think similar to what the doctor said, I feel like all that together, it feels like freedom. Because you're in a space where you don't even have to worry about that anymore. And the challenge that we have is that we constantly have to worry about what's happening. So it doesn't give us the space to use that in a mind, body, and spirit for other things that we want to. And I'm just hoping for that day where we don't have to worry about how our environment is hurting us, but how our environment is helping us. And I believe that will move us closer to being free when that reality occurs.
And that's real equity, right? That's right. Well, thank you so much.
I want to say on the sound and the look. So a healthy community sounds like the innocence of a baby's laughter. And it looks like the innocence of a baby's smile.
Thank you. So I want you to keep this at the center when we're coming up with strategies and solutions and we're talking more, because we don't want this to be the only time that we meet and we talk here today, because we're about creating new eco districts in our community, and we know that we can't just learn about what's here in Brunswick. We need to take it across the coast, across the state, across the South, period, because we're all facing some very similar issues, and we hope that this convening is going to be a large part of the solution. And we're going to transition over to our next part. We're going to take a quick break, stretch, use the restrooms, they're here to your left. If you're here online with us today, make sure that you're commenting in that live chat. We want to get as much community engagement as we can, and we know that everybody wasn't able to travel here to Brunswick. Live chat, post your comments, because I'm going to be reading your comments and sharing them with everybody here today. Share this on your Facebook, your Instagram page. We want to show as much information as we can and share with you all. And we're just going to continue the excitement in this wonderful day. I really had it for you because we got Smoked Peas coming up, one of our local Black-owned businesses, barbecue, one of the most delicious meals you're going to have here, if I do say so myself. I had it for you online, but make sure you check them out.
And while you're online, please also stretch and get some water and breathe as well. So we're going to give you about 6 minutes. 6 minutes to do that. Thank you.
Hello. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Okay, we're coming back into the space. If you join us.
You don't have to get up.
Back into the room.
Okay. No, well, hopefully you'll make us longer than that. You got a good gig going. We'll see.
You come on back, we're gonna get started in just a moment. Yes. You might have an extra minute. We have a couple of technical issues, so bear with us. But please come back.
There must be somebody over there that's really trying. Okay.
How about that?
Mr. Booker, your job is to take my lunch, okay? What they have. I gotta go to work.
I know for the side.
Okay.
I gotta be there at 11:45. I'm gonna leave at 11:10 because I'm I'm winding down. I'm in the house by myself. Girl, you gotta invite me over. I can live again. He's 24.
Hey everyone, we're going to be getting started very soon. For those of you all online also. All right, we're ready to get started. Have to take a technical difficulty break, so give us just a second.
To get us from point A to point B, it can't be spirited like what you did this morning. There's no camp spirit. He's an alpha male, well, he's got a point of view for his
All right, I'm so sorry to break up these conversations. We want you to continue to have these conversations. But we have a lot more to share with you. If you will take your seat or stand in your space. We're bringing ourselves back. So we are going to transition to behind the numbers. As I mentioned earlier, we set the table with data and somehow mixed metaphors, so I don't think the next one has anything to do with eating, but we're going to talk about stories. We all saw those wonderful tables and maps that LP and Noah provided us, and while those are amazing and some of us really geek out on that stuff, there are people behind all of those things. There are ways to actually testing, we're doing some technical work, facilitation in real time. So we want to talk with some folks who are actually behind the numbers, who are representing those folks, representing stories about what's actually happening. And I just want everyone to know, this is again the researcher in me, that storytelling is data. It's not just math, it's not just numbers, but people's lives and stories are very valuable information. It's also data. And actually, you can't have a full comprehensive picture of an issue if you don't understand who is affected, how they're living, and how they're making it through. So with that, we're going to turn it over to several wonderful folks who are going to share information. We're going to hear from Dr. Treva Gear, who is also from South Georgia, one time from South Georgia, and representing both the Dogwood Alliance and the Concerned Citizens of Cook County, or 4C, if you want to make it a little bit easier. So we're going to hear from her, we're going to hear from Jazz Watts, and then we're going to hear from Jennifer Whitfield, in that order. So take it away, Dr. Gear.
Thank you very much. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool beans, all right. Okay, so we're gonna start by just watching this video, this short video, a little bit about my community.
It's like a tale of two cities. You don't have to take my word. Write and look for yourself. I don't even have to tell you who's on what side. You'll be able to tell that for yourself. A lot of the poets is still there. And along that street, every house or every other house was diagnosed with cancer.
Why there's not anything being done is because guess what? Minority community and
I feel like that they have taken 3 years of our lives. This isn't about ignorance and just the city going, oh, we're making all these jobs. It becomes a form of violence.
You please quit calling me. No matter where I live, I'm important because I love me. I love me.
The Dale Cook lumber yard, advanced solar and tank, the Bitcoin mining operation, and then you're going to put a wood pellet plant. Clean air and water is a human right. That's an issue.
All right. Well, that is the documentary that details and highlights the multiple environmental issues found in my hometown of Adel, Georgia. So, I'm Trina McGeer. I represent the Concerned Citizens of Cook County as well as Dogwood Alliance. And the data that was provided is critical and key. I guess the rest is good. Yeah. Okay. And so it brings a whole lot to this story when we go to the fact that we had to even have such a documentary as Abandoned. Like, wow. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my town. I'm going to try to keep it brief. I tried to decide to have a snapshot because that's all I can give you. There's so much to say, so much that can be done. It could take all day, but I only got 15 or 20 minutes, okay? So thank you for being here. Now, the issue that we have in Adel, Georgia, it's a little small town, very south, probably about an hour north of the Florida line. Anybody know where Valdosta, Georgia is? Yeah. Okay. Well, we're just north of Valdosta by about 24 miles, okay? We're known as, we had the King Frog if you ever come down I-75. There used to be a big old frog on the side. We used to have an outlet, too, before they closed that down. So our big issue is having polluting industries that are being built on the backs of people calling it economic progress, because we have high poverty, which you're going to see in some of the numbers, lack of enforcement of environmental protection right there in our local community, which is a big piece. I'm saying even the local ordinances aren't followed that will protect people at a lower level. Lack of transparency, not knowing when an industry is coming into town, not knowing and then not knowing what they're going to produce and how it's going to impact your health or the location at times. I'm saying our Economic Development Commission uses all these code names. I know they're trying to protect the companies, but nevertheless, what about protecting the people? And then looking at the fact that community members are informed. You don't know what you don't know. You don't know you need to be fighting because you didn't know it was something to fight against. And you didn't know it was going to be damaging to you. You just thought it was going to be a good job. So that's what we're going to talk about. And I hope we highlighted in that video a few industries that have been very problematic to our community. Some over time, legacy pollution for years, some more recent, and some that are just active issues in our community, period. So we've been fighting against injustice. These are some of our demographics, 5,500 people or so. It's about half and half of a predominant community of color. Poverty rate of 23.1%. The state's level is, I think, it's 14%. And most of our people don't have, a good amount of our people don't have health insurance. And then we don't have an emergency room. So if you ever ride down I-75, you see that big old nice new hospital on the side that costs millions, it doesn't have an emergency room. They do lots of rehab. Yeah, that's egregious, isn't it? So our people have to be transported at least 30 miles north, south, or west to get to the nearest emergency room. That's crazy, but it's brand new and it's pretty. Right here is the railroad track that divides the east and the west communities. Y'all know about that, the haves and the have-nots. But then there's another road, but this will separate it. You can see all the industry along that railroad track on the west side, and then just the opposite on the east side. So I'll tell you this, how we got together, the concerned citizens of Cook County I'll talk about real quickly, and then I'm going to go through the snapshot, is that it started during COVID. We were all shut in. I convened a Zoom meeting, because I'll tell you this, I used to do a little political work. I run for political office before, and I want to know what the community needed. Well, how can I serve it? What can I do? We got together, started talking, got all the community leaders together on a Zoom meeting and found out we got lots of issues. First thing was, oh, there's a wood pellet plant coming to town. So the wood pellet plant is trying to come to town, gave birth to our organization. We're 3 years old now. And then we started realizing we got a lot of other issues, like what about this over here? What about the Del Cook lumber yard? What about, oh my gosh, all those people that got cancer, but they never said it was a cancer cluster, but most people who lived over there for a long time got sick and have lost their lives or either struggling today. What about the water smelling a little funny? What about the industry over there that has the air all funky all the time? And people can't come outside, getting nauseous and stuff, but they say, oh, it's nothing. Okay, so we ended up fighting 2 wood pellet plants, which brought us off of our seats and out to fight. Was based on the wood pellet industry. So we can thank them for that, for waking everybody up. So here we are. So then we start wondering, well, why us? Why you want to come to our town? Why 2 wood pellet plants in 1 year, one being would be the largest in the world? Why would they want to come here? And I'm not going to just talk about wood pellet plants today, but I'm just going to tell you how we started digging into this big issue, this big systematic problem that we were having, that not only we're having, but every little town and all throughout Georgia and other places in our country. Well, poverty in the South, oh my gosh, you see this whole line right here. Where poverty is where it's darkest, well, that's like 27% to 41%, all in these areas. Well, then we look at the African American population in those same areas. And then we look at where were they putting the biomass industries? In those same areas. Why? Oh my gosh, people fighting, trying to get a job based on this data. You know, people are in poverty. Where I'm going to work, okay? So it was strategic. So we said, oh no, this is not going to happen to us. Let's go. Okay, y'all having these local meetings. Let us do everything that we can do. So we came out of our houses. We got together. We got the signs. We went to the meeting, said, hey, don't do this to us. We're already dealing with this. We're already dealing with the cross the yard from where you want to put this second wood. This started with the first fight. This one was a little bit farther away. It was within a 1 mile radius. And so showed up, started giving information, sharing information with the community. Well, our city council said, you know what, it all was down to zoning. Oh, let's rezone this heavy industry. There's houses close to that. Then let's annex it into the city, but let's annex it first. Well, they did all the things they needed to do, and we were outvoted. Okay? And so it said, it's coming. It's coming. But we didn't stop. What it did was woke up an animal. It's like the sleeping giant. Okay, we're going to fight you on all the other, we're going to work for all the other things that we can fight for. So we really started to get our community civically engaged, starting to attend the city council meetings, and we found out there things were being made, things were being done. That's where the sausage was being made. And we need to be involved in the sausage making process. Right. So we started showing up. We always have somebody there. We're watching the minutes. We started pulling open records requests to find out how the other crap happened, how we can stop it more and move it forward, and just being there, always being there. And oh yeah, we got t-shirts too, because you know when you get t-shirts that day, oh my gosh, they dangerous now, because we all wearing the same t-shirts. Don't get together and show up in the same place with the same clothes on. Now you a gang, you are dangerous. Public enemy number 1. Okay, Dominique, keep me on track on time. When I got 5 minutes left.
We got some sides for you.
You got some, oh my gosh, okay. Good. Okay, so let me know when I'm at halftime then. So you know, we put on the back our shirts, getting into good trouble. All right? So let me tell you what's going on in Ada. There's a nasty lots of things going on. Just like when I was driving, I'm like, oh my gosh, the community is encapsulated by these industries. Well, look here. So you got the railroad tracks right here, right? This is one industry that's an active form of pollution, refurbishing propane tanks. I'm saying, and they were releasing the propane, which has an odor called ethylmercaptan, which is it's some of the NIOSH lists. It's highly toxic. Okay, but there's not that many studies on humans because the only stuff you have is from foreign countries when they just got released by accident. So you got this industry sitting right here. These are all houses over here. Houses. All over here. There's a church. All this. Okay, but over here on the side is the Del Cook lumber yard that was polluted that has now been turned into a brownfield. And on the other side there, there's Spectrum Energy that's going to be the second wood pellet plant to come into the community. Right there in the back door. Right here. Okay? So, that's a problem. You can smell it. It's an issue. You can see it. There's no cover for these tanks, nothing. I'm going to go back. Yeah. One fire chief said that thing caught on fire was below half a mile. That's most of the African American community and part of the East Side community. That's too close for comfort. Why would we take a chance? Issues. Environmental injustice. We got these tanks. That's just how they're sitting out there being transported in. You got orange tint on people's houses nearby. Why? Oh my gosh, they also sandblast these things. I actually witnessed the stuff coming out the back. So metals are in the air. But we need the data. Data's important. We got to get the data. Here we go. We go a little bit farther north. And then you have a metal anodizing location sitting directly in the community, right there near the water tower. Oh my gosh. People don't know much about it, but it's very dangerous what's going on there as well. Also here, old site that used to be specially stamping, a major hazardous cleanup here. It's abandoned, but can somebody come back in it? Because it's still zoned for industry. Yes, any day if they wanted to. So these are just some of the things that are going on in our community on the other side of the railroad tracks, along the railroad tracks that are damaging to us and people have been affected and don't even know. This is Spectrum, which will be the largest wood pellet plant in the world when they're up and functioning. However, there's a story to tell with that, how we push back and got a settlement agreement with that company. They haven't opened yet. It's going very slowly. However, right here is the brownfield site that was Del Cook lumber yard. They had creosote because they used to use those to make those electrical poles, dumping in that to prevent the termites and things. And so right here in green is the housing authority, a federal housing authority right here. A whole community all over here, and I'm going to tell you what we found with South Wing Stop. Thank God for them. We did a flyover to get pictures of the community and things are going on. And there's a Bitcoin industry trying to start on the other side of the community that we wouldn't have known was there had I not taken the flyover. So there's always something going on, but it's on the west side of town. And this community is the most impoverished and blighted community. So what have we been doing? Oh my gosh, we try to stay visible. Running for office taught me some things is to do a media release. Make sure the news is always present. Burn that stuff up as much as you can. Do what you can in the newspaper. Calling people. We come in on draft permits, but I'm going to tell you that came through connection with other organizations so we would know about those things. We educated the community. Make sure we're convening, doing different things. We kept our Zoom meetings up. Educate. Georgia conservation voters said, hey, I had contacted them. What can y'all do for us? Can you help us? They said, what do you need? I said, we need visibility. So they said, we'll come down and we'll do a documentary for you. And they did. And it was like amazing because it happened 6 months later, but we needed that because otherwise no one would know our story. It's about stories. So here's some ads. This is our first billboard. We put a billboard up in town, 2 in town and 1 on the highway. That's assistance with partnering with different organizations. Protect our children. We found out, yeah, they like children. They don't care nothing about the forest. I'm sorry. I'm just saying people don't think about that initially. And then sometimes our community members have a poor history with the forest in general. It's creepy. Then it came to Spectrum Energy opposition. This was our second billboard. Now this one actually got some people going. So if you're fighting a fight, start putting it in people's faces where you can't hide it because you can hide a secret. But when other people know about the mess that's going, it start looking real bad. You start looking like a bad parent. So this one drove them crazy. It got us to the table along with the work that we were doing, partnering with other organizations. 10 minutes. All right, 10 minutes. Oh my gosh. So, yeah. So these little kids, and what we did, we made sure
The community was being impacted was predominantly of color. And so we put this this was one in town. They can see this one from City Hall. you can see it from City Hall. One on I-75. People who pass by could see that one. And then we put one right there by the courthouse. That was strategic too. But these kids were looking at them the whole time. They don't look happy either. And then we decided to send some mailers. This stuff is not that expensive. I'll tell y'all how to send some of these out for about $1,000 to a community. And it was telling them, do you want Spectrum as their new neighbor? This is what they're bringing to you. It's going to be next door to you. And that went in the little coupon books. So everybody got one. 20-something thousand people, even some in the neighboring community. This is our current billboard right here. Because we want to maintain visibility, protecting our community, taking our seat at the table, and getting into good trouble. Because that's what we do. So, our key collaborators and people we've collaborated with that brought us to this point were starting with Dogwood Alliance. We don't have any environmental groups. Y'all said EJAB, when you said Environmental Justice Advisory Board. What? We need one of those. Can I get with you? I want to talk to you. But it started with a Wallace group, River Keepers. And I said, who do you know? We have this issue. We got these wood pellets coming. And then they connected us to Dogwood Alliance. And then connected us to GIPL, Georgia Interfaith Power and Light. And then, other organizations, Southern Environmental Law Center always would come in on our permits and things like that and help in that aspect. Georgia Conservation Voters, the Environmental Integrity Project group of lawyers always doing work on our permits. And then Anthropocene Alliance. But then Anthropocene Alliance connected us back to Southern Environmental Law Center in a different way. So you have to keep knocking, just keep knocking, okay? You have to, because it takes time. And they connected us back to Southern Environmental Law Center, but it was through environmental justice. I didn't know about environmental justice till I started this fight. I didn't have any idea. I didn't know that, oh my gosh, look for the smokestacks. Look, this is where the injustices are, but I never noticed because people are accustomed to it. This is where they always put the industries. It's all the air always been funky. What's new? What you gonna fight that? That's just how it is. That's not the way it's supposed to be. So what were some of our accomplishments? These are some short term. With some of the work that we were doing, pushing back, they changed the permitting, the public comment period. And it was the first time in 20 years they allowed a second comment, because otherwise you would only get a comment on the draft permit, and you wouldn't get to see the final permit. At this point, renewable biomass hadn't broken ground, and Spectrum hasn't broken ground. But we had a settlement with them that required a whole lot of things, and I'll talk about them, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that because that's going to be brief. But my thing is that this work is a marathon. Y'all know this. It's not, I'm saying, when I hear the rocket sound, dun, 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 you're going to keep running, okay? It's a marathon. It takes time. You're not going to see impact or change immediately. It's knowing that something can happen. And that's when you start thinking about Sam Cooke, like I said, the urgency of now, a change is going to come. It's coming. But can you stick with it? How many minutes I got? All right, good. So because of those billboards, and we kept showing up at meetings, and we kept pushing back and making all kinds of noise and spreading our documentary wherever we could put it, then Spectrum, we with the help of Southern Environmental Law Center representing us, they decided, okay, we're going to file discrimination claims and make an appeal of the permit that is discriminatory, because we're an environmental justice community. And it brought out all the issues that we had going on there. And the EPD didn't say a word. Environmental Protection Division, who's supposed to be protecting us, says nothing. But the company says, we want our plant. Well, can y'all sit down at the table with us? Well, yes, we will. And then sitting down with the table with them, we got more than what we could have got. We got community engagement requirements, air monitors and purifiers, good neighbor provisions about all those different things, consistent testing. They got to be cleaner than what the EPD would have required. So we were like, what can we do for our community? We didn't want to sit down. We don't want a wood pellet plant, but this was the best. Okay? So what I'll say is that this work takes a bunch of partners. It takes everybody. We were fortunate. Most communities don't have people on the front end able to join hands and partner in such a way to even push back. Because I'm going to tell you, we wouldn't have had these organizations and different groups to reach out to. We would have just been the next community about to be polluted and have our, and you know, like I say, poison in plain sight and suffering in silence is typically what's happening in a lot of communities. Okay, so I say that to say this. ADL is just one part of the puzzle, like Brunswick. You know, some of y'all got even more issues sitting around you, but it's the silence of that. But as someone stated, it's about, the commissioner here said, it's all of the answers in us. And it's in us getting together, telling our stories, working together, knowing that there is hope at the end and that it is for us to do now. I like the data that he provided, that LP provided about what people thought. And we know that because people are struggling, they're concerned about economic progress and how they're going to pay the bills and whether they can pay for that pill, because we have high energy cost issues too. There's an issue that we're dealing with right now because people didn't get a bill for like 8 months because they didn't connect to a new servicer. And so now you got these interesting bills that don't look quite right. And people are about to be strapped because now they're getting 2 bills. One for the 24-month period where they weren't getting one. And so there's lots of issues that we have to fight. But you can do it, and we have been pushing, and we continue to push. And I'll tell you this, how much time I got? Is that a lot of people will join with you. Sometimes you feel like you're one. So in the beginning, when we first started holding those signs, you had people with us, a lot of people. And then some of those people disappeared because they say, y'all crazy. You know, you never see an organization that's a predominant organization of color who will show up and like, here I am, and this is what we have to say, and we don't like it, and we're going to petition you. We petition the council and all kinds. We're going to call you. We're going to do all those things. That scares them because in small towns, because of oppression, you have intimidation. People were out work for them. So I told them, I said, get in where you fit in. You can be, you know, I was in the military. I said, you can be on forward support. You don't got to have out front and center, or you can be in main support. You can bring us the information. You can help work on the back end. Don't nobody have to ever see you, know your name. You do the research, and the rest of us will show up, and we will push forward. So this work is hard. And don't worry that if you feel like you're by yourself, there's somebody else. You just hadn't found them yet. And nevertheless, you keep pushing and pushing and pushing till something happens. Like say, you can pray until something happens, or you can push the door, just keep hitting the wall. If you put a crack in the wall, you can initially you can make that wall fall. So, and don't despise humble beginnings, because everything starts small. Well, that's me. If you want to contact me on either platform, go to joincitizens.org. Check us out at Dogwood Alliance. I'm Treva Gear. Thank you for your time. Keep up the good fight.
Thank you. You did a great job on time. We appreciate that. See, we know what we're doing. We know good folks. Next, we will have Jazz Watts from 100 Miles come up and talk to us and keep us energized and fired up. So also, same thing, if you'll hold your questions until the end of this session, you'll have time to ask them. So thank you. I just want to reiterate something as Jazz is coming up. You know, we always say that relationships move at the speed of trust, right? So we didn't meet any of these folks that are coming up. We didn't just meet them in the past 6 months. We've talked to these people, formed relationships with these folks. This is real relationship, outreach, engagement, cultivation coming together. So as Dr. Gear said, this is not short-term work. So if you got something else to do, this is not for you. But if you're in it for the long haul, this is where you should be. So just a moment as we go through our technical difficulties, or I don't know what to call them, they're not difficult. Transition. So yeah, we have lots more for you all. So thank you all for continuing to stay with us. Thank you all online who are still engaged with us. We appreciate you. And okay, I'm gonna keep talking. Just a moment. So we're gonna transition. We hope, is everybody doing okay? Yeah, you good? There's still some water back there, some more pastries that Dominique and I made. Please eat them. Take them with you. All right, I think we are almost ready, and y'all can not hear me anymore.
Okay.
Oh, wait.
All right. Do I need this? Yeah. All right, how are y'all doing?
Great.
Good, good. So, give a little introduction. I do work for 100 Miles as a justice strategist. I'm from here. I moved back home probably a little less than 3 years ago, largely connected to Ahmaud Arbery, who was my younger cousin. And I would have to say that that's really how I segued really into justice work and eventually environmental justice work as well. I'm a descendant both of St. Simon's, that's where my father was from, and my mother was from a place called Sapelo Island, which you see a picture of right here. I'm a member of a number of organizations in the community, Sapelo Island Cultural and Revitalization Society, Hawkhammock Community Foundation. I'm a commissioner on the Gullah Geechee Cultural Heritage Corridor Commission. I worked for a few years with an organization called the Georgia Ayers Property Law Center, so I know a lot about land usage, and also work with an organization called VCI, Vulnerable Communities Initiatives, with a man named Frank Alexander, who is a professor emeritus from Emory University, who I've learned just amazing things from. But I'd like to start out just, talking a little bit about Sapelo. How many people know about what happened with Sapelo and the rezoning? So I'm going to talk a little bit about that, and I'm going to talk a little bit about environmental justice and toxins too. I think for me, you look at these pictures and you see these spaces, and growing up, I guess you never realize what the beauty is like that is surrounding you, in this space, on the coast. But, for me, growing up, Geechee, from a barrier island in a community where we are the direct descendants of those that were enslaved and brought here, and we carry on those same traditions. I never knew how powerful that was growing up, but I realized how unique and how powerful it is, now as I stand before you. And I, show these pictures just to kind of give us just a semblance of the beauty and the power, that is around us, the nature, the ecosystem that is around us. And I always tell people that, growing up, we were a part of the ecosystem. We were connected to the land. We were connected to the water. And so when you look at all these places that are around you, especially on the coast, whether it's St. Simon's or Hilton Head, they didn't always used to look this way. In our community, we would never think of building right on top of the marsh. That wouldn't make any sense, because the life that's in the marsh, the ecosystem of the marsh, sustains everything that we are, everything that we do. And when I see this picture, you see day clean, always the idea of being able to, in a sense, start over. And I'm just going to read some of these things that are up here. I run with Maud because I always think of the coast now, my Gullah Geechee, heritage, and who I am, and he will always be a part of that. When I think of the coast, and I think of the Gullah Geechee, and I think of the land, and I think of, justice, all of those things are all connected. So on Tuesday evening, there was a vote with the McIntosh County Commissioners. So Sapelo is a part of McIntosh County, but we are only accessible by ferry, one of the few islands left, the only one left in the state of Georgia. So there is no bridge to Sapelo Island, and you can't just jump on the ferry to go. You can go if you're taking a tour with the state, but otherwise you have to be visiting or going on a tour with a descendant or staying with someone.
But on this past Tuesday, the McIntosh County Commission voted in a new, what they called it a zoning ordinance. You know, I call it an ordinance that is the beginning of erasing the community, right? So how many people grew up here? So y'all all remember what St. Simon's used to look like. You know, it was a very strong, you know, Geechee community, many spaces. You know, someone named Miss Bessie Jones, you know, lived on St. Simon's off of a street called Proctor Lane, which was renamed Mallory. And if you ever went down this street, she is an incredible folklorist, but if you ever went down this street, you would never know that these people even existed or even lived there, that their traditions were there, their culture was there. And so they had this vote for this proposed rezoning ordinance, and I'll kind of give a little history about it. Back in 2021, our community had these sessions about what we wanted for our zoning. And, you know, what I've learned in doing all this work is that if you're not charting your own plans or creating your own master plan for your community, that somebody else is making a plan for you, right? Right, so somebody's planning something. And so we had these listening sessions and we decided within our community what we wanted for our zoning, because there have been significant issues on Sapelo, just like in all these other islands, with people skirting the rules when it comes to building and comes to infrastructure. So, for example, on Sapelo, the building in square footage is 1,400 square feet. Now, it should be 1,400 square feet under roof, but it's not. And so it's 1,400 square feet, and then they added heating and cooling. And this happened back in like 1990s, early 2000s. And so when it was just 1,400 square feet, very much enforceable. And supposedly heating and cooling was added later. So what you have is, if you go to Sapelo now, you'll see people that have homes that are over 2,000 square feet. It's just, you know, unacceptable. So, but we had created what we wanted for our zoning. We had these listening sessions, and this was back in 2021, and we invited some county officials to come over because we wanted to so people could ask some questions and talk about zoning and all these things, right? And then what was supposed to happen was a re-engagement, you know, so that we could, quote unquote, have input on what our zoning looks like, but that never happened. And then all of a sudden, in 2023, August, a document gets sent out, and our county commissioner sent it to us quickly and said, you know, they're sending out this proposed zoning ordinance, and they're going to have a public hearing in 2 weeks, and then after that, they're going to have a work session in the next 2 days. So the public hearing was on that Thursday, the work session was on that Monday, and then they voted on that Tuesday, even though they had up to 45 days, you know, to do all of this. So it was kind of written in stone. And what kind of things were in that zoning? Basically what they went is they just got rid of whatever, no minimum, just a maximum. And all of a sudden they were like, well, instead of 1,400, you know, square feet, we're gonna have square footage that's 10%, well, it was 30% of the lot size. Then they took it down to 10%, but what it meant is that you could have a structure that could be over 4,000 square feet and 3 stories high, which could be all of a sudden a 12,000 foot structure, right? So that was the beginning of it. And we went back and forth. There were a number of things in there regarding, you know, just infrastructure and buildings. Usually if you wanted to demolish a structure or do anything to a structure, you had to go through the HVC. They took that out. All of these things were just removed. And also in our zoning, it specifically talked about the historic intent, the uniqueness of the community, the black culture, all of that. All of it stripped away. Nowhere to be seen in that zoning. Absolute and complete erasure. So obviously the community mobilized. I mean, we're going to fight this, and you had different organizations like SICAR, SOLO, Hard Hammock Community Foundation, you know, meeting with commissioners, reaching out to them, talking to them, and, you know, and all of a sudden they kind of come to this, you know, they lower things per se. Yes, ma'am. Oh, 5 minutes left? Oh, okay. Oh, wow, that went by fast. Well, that went by really fast. Well, yeah, so they lower, they basically, they go down to 3,000 square feet under roof, which is still absolutely unacceptable. And let me tell you why it's unacceptable. It's unacceptable because we know that those bigger structures are going to be higher property taxes for people. It's going to push out the community, and what you're going to end up with is a Sea Island or Ocean Forest or Hilton Head and all these places, right? So the taxes are going to go straight through the roof. But it passed, so what do we do next? So we have some ideas. The next thing we can do is we're going to try to get a referendum on this and get it back on the ballot and have McIntosh County voters vote on this. We're going to see if we can get a stay before this goes into effect. The other thing, of course, that we're going to look at is potential legal action. Because the other thing that they didn't do is they didn't follow the right process or procedures when they were doing any of these things. And it is just incredible now when you look at local government and you look at how officials do business. And the other side of this is that they set the times up for these meetings at 5 and 5:30. The last ferry is at 5:30. So we had to get in touch with the state, which they made the adjustment to the ferry, but you can see how many problems that are there. So there are a lot of legal issues. We have the SPLC involved. CARES involved, the Council on American Islamic Relations, and we're talking to other attorneys and other organizations, and we're just going to mobilize and push back against this. And we have a campaign called Keep Sapelo Geechee. Of course, 100 Miles is also involved too. And I agree with Dr. Gear. This is about partnerships. It's going to take all of us to undo this. And I always tell people, this is what happens to all of those communities in real time. And so Sapelo is an opportunity for us to actually stop it. But also we've got to change government. We need, like you said before, Commissioner Harris, better leaders. We've got to have better leaders in these offices. So we've got to, find people who want to run for office. We've got to have better policy. We've got to hold our officials accountable, and we've got to know that building better government and better community is an ongoing process, and building relationships with all of these people who are making decisions. 5 people made a decision that's going to impact an entire community and can change a landscape where we have been for generations. So if anything, when I think of land equity, I think of the purpose and the work that we are all tasked to do, and that we have to be mindful, we have to make sure that we're aware, and we have to find ways to constantly be involved, because if we aren't, things like this happen, so quickly and so fast. So.
We will have a chance to ask Jazz any questions you might have in just a moment. And now we're having another technical transition. We're going to bring up Jennifer Whitfield. And one thing I don't think I mentioned, but you all are very special, and you all online are very special as well, because this is not the last time you will see any of these folks, most of these folks in the room talking about all this stuff, because I believe most of them will be joining us in Memphis for our Surge conference in October. And there's more information on your tables. We have more information to come, but just know you have more of an opportunity to hear more of this good stuff. So hopefully you all will be joining us at Surge. There's still time to register. And there's a lovely QR code. We love our QR code on the flyer. So if you want to do it now, you have some time. But yeah, yes ma'am.
What is the sheet here for?
Here, this is just some notes we're capturing.
Okay.
Just some general notes.
So can she put accountability on there? Your government accountability. As Jazz said something about how they move through the process and the procedures that they exercise, and their failure to exercise proper procedure and allowance from community engagement of comments and stuff. And so that was strategically done so that they could rush that through. And so I think that's important that when you're talking about the urgency of now, the urgency of now is making sure that you understand the process and procedures of your governmental entity. So you can hold them accountable.
Thank you for lifting that up, Commissioner Harris. Thank you very much. We have it recorded here and recorded on YouTube, so we will not miss that point. And we are getting Jennifer mic'd up. But again, there's another opportunity to catch everyone while we're transitioning. There's a QR code if you want to register. A lot of other great stuff happening too, but just shameless plug, all of these folks will be at Surge. So now I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Whitfield from the Southern Environmental Law Center.
Well, hey y'all, that's it. Ooh. Good. Okay, that's a tough act to follow. I saw the panel and I thought, ooh, I'm gonna have to follow Treva and Jazz. Luckily, I come from this from a very different angle, so hopefully you won't be comparing me to their brilliance and what they have to offer. My name is Jennifer Whitfield. I am a senior attorney at the Southern Environmental Law Center. I work in our energy, clean energy, and clean air teams, and we do all sorts of work. I do a lot of work at the Public Service Commission, representing Partnership for Southern Equity and others in various different dockets. Had the great pleasure of representing Dr. Geer in the second wood pellet matter that she talked about. And today I'm going to talk about how we're using our position and our knowledge and our local networks to try to create programs that lift people up and that are more equitable. Because our goal in the energy space is to push forward clean energy so that we are addressing climate change as quickly as possible, while also not creating additional inequities and hopefully addressing the massive structural inequity that we have here in Georgia, across the Southeast, and across the country. So start by talking about the problem. Why are we working on this? When we talk about energy equity, we all talk about energy burden. And for those of you who don't think about energy all the time, that means it's a phrase that refers to the percent of your income that you spend on your electricity or your energy bills. And study after study after study has shown us that if that percent is higher than 6%, it means that you as an individual, as a household, are having to make choices about how you are spending your money for food, for clothing, for shelter. And you are having to choose between those things and keeping your lights on. And that is not a place where we should be, because we all know that electricity should be a human right. Being able to keep ourselves healthy and safe should be a human right. In Georgia, among low-income households, the average energy burden is well over 10%. The national average is somewhere closer to 3.5% for all folks across the country. So you can see we have a problem here in the South and the Southeast. The other problem we have is acute, and it's acute to now, which is we are in a place where, for a number of reasons in Georgia, the electricity bills are going up, and they are going up in an unprecedented way. And for those of us who are watching this and watching this coming, it is scary, because we know what that means for households who are going to have to make these very real choices. And we also know what that means for the energy burden map that you just saw, and how that will skyrocket for low-income homes. So this graph is basically showing you that between the end of 2022 and the beginning of 2025, the average residential household is going to be paying about $47 more a month for electricity bills. That is increased from the average that's around $130 a month today. That increase is shocking, it is scary, we have to address it, because we cannot address climate change and increase our investments in our grid to clean up the air and address carbon if people are suffering. So we have to do both at the same time. This program that I'm going to talk about today is a solar program. It is not the only solution. It is not even necessarily a whole complete solution for most households. It is one tool in a very large toolbox. So let me just say that at the outset. But this is all the states. That down there is Georgia, number 45. Shows you how far behind we are in adopting rooftop solar in Georgia. Why am I talking about rooftop solar in an EJ conference? Well, one of the things that solar does, particularly if you pair it with batteries, but I'll start with just solar, is that it allows you to provide your own energy. And when you can provide your own energy, you can reduce your energy bills. So you reduce your energy burden. That is a good thing. If you pair it with a battery, that means when the lights go out, you still have power. That is resiliency and something we all are fighting for. Here's the problem. It's expensive. It's getting cheaper. It's getting cheaper by the day. But still, if you want to put solar panels on your home in a way that's going to really impact your energy bills, you're going to be shelling out about 15 grand on day one to do that. Low and moderate income folks cannot do that. That is not an option. And so a lot of people have been working on this problem, but as of the status quo in Georgia today is that this is just a problem that we are working on. There are no options, there are no solutions that change this dynamic and that make tools like rooftop solar available for all folks. Game changer, the Inflation Reduction Act. For those of you who don't know about it, it's a massive pot of federal funding that is trickling down to the states literally as we speak. There is so much money, and most of the money is targeted towards and requires investments in what are being called disadvantaged communities. Depending on the program, this can have a different definition, but bottom line, these are huge amounts of dollars that are intended to benefit folks with low and moderate incomes. So the program I want to talk about is one that we've been working on for a few months and that uses some of the benefits of the IRA to make that solar problem an actual potential opportunity for folks. It's called Georgia Bright. Seems a little boring to talk about a program. I get that. We don't normally work on programs as lawyers at SCLC. So I want to tell you why this one's different. This one's different because it was developed in a different way. The first thing about it that's different should be the overarching umbrella is that the lender, the financial party responsible for Georgia Bright, is a nonprofit. They are a mission-driven financial lender. And that means they are an organization that is trying to solve these problems. They are not trying to make a profit. That is game changer number one. Number two is that this program has been developed with active community engagement. So it started with Savannah. For those of you who don't know the sustainability team in Savannah, get to know them. They are brilliant and smart. The current acting director is a woman named Alicia Brown. This is her brainchild and her baby. A few months ago, well, it's probably 6 months ago now, she called me and said, we're working on this program. Do you want to get involved? First thing running through my head is, that's not normally what we do. We're lawyers. We normally, are suing people in court and hammering out settlements and doing that kind of thing. One. Two, there feel like a lot of problems here. Like, do households with low wealth really want solar? Is this going to be predatory? Are they going to take their home? Like, I just started thinking of all the problems. Started talking around, talk more with Savannah and Alicia, and learn that there are not just problems out there, but there are actual solutions out there too if we just work on them. And so we worked to bring together a huge coalition of folks, started making phone calls, starting reaching out to people to talk about what do folks really need, what really is the problem that can be solved here, because it's not just theoretical anymore, there's a real solution on the table. And then an example of what came out of that is that the program design changed, and it changed pretty dramatically. And this wasn't an arm-twisting exercise of the nonprofit lender who will be running this program. They welcomed it. They were like, bring it on, bring all the ideas, which is super exciting. So in this program, every individual to whom it is pitched will be given a Bill of Rights that explains to them in plain English or plain the language that they need, whatever that might be. You have the right to, and then a bunch of different things, including cancel, change your mind after you sign the lease for up to 30 days. This isn't something they're hiding behind, but this is a consumer protection that we have in Georgia, that this organization is willingly saying, yeah, let's tell people in this pretty straightforward one-pager. We want to be completely transparent, which is super exciting. Also, they've agreed to hand out robust consumer disclosures explaining in plain English to folks what solar means and doesn't mean, which is also a game changer because it means this program is truly targeting and available to the folks that it's intended to serve, as opposed to being another option for wealthy homeowners who are also interested in the clean energy transition. And then finally, the grassroots marketing piece. They are working with organizations to do marketing, to spread the word, to share information about the program. And for those who make referrals that lead to solar being adopted, those organizations will be compensated for those. So that's pretty neat. And just an example of how bringing a bunch of folks to the table who have really deep-rooted knowledge of what's going on in their spaces and places can really transform programs. So it launches in a couple weeks. Fingers crossed that it is a successful financial option for folks and a successful financial product. And we're going to learn a lot. Finally, I can't talk about solar without mentioning the Solar for All program. $7 billion are going to be spread out to the states over the next year, and about a year from now. About 250 million of that could come to Georgia. That money is only for investments in low income households that saves them at least 20% on their energy bill. So the rates rising, the energy burden, that is scary, but there are solutions that are on the way, and there's a lot of spaces and places for engagement for those who want to plug into these kinds of tools. That's all I got.
Thank you, Jennifer. And now, yes, question?
Comment if I can.
Yes, just one moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Just hold on 1 second. I want to thank Jennifer and just say, just really quickly, we're about to do questions, if you have them. And if Jennifer and Jazz and Dr. Gear, if you want to, wherever you want to gather, we're about to have questions and comments. But I just also want to say our speakers are amazing because they all finished on time. So thank you.
This is for Jennifer. I want to make sure that I publicly give you the flowers, and that, you know, we've worked in the trenches on many different things for a while now, and we've been able to really, even in this environment, we've been able to get key results. And so could you just mention some of the key results we've had with biomass, settlement, and just being able to push the ball forward to achieve that which Dominique laid out for us? What does our census feel like in a equitable and clean and healthy environment?
Sure. Is this still on? Yeah. Well, there have been several, which is really exciting. One is kind of mind-blowing. Think about LP's chart saying that people's #1 concerns are air pollution. Well, earlier this year, the Public Service Commission was about to, actually did order that Georgia Power could start purchasing part of its clean energy portfolio from burning tires. We engaged on behalf of the Partnership for Southern Equity and GIPL, and within about, 6 weeks, they did a complete reversal. They withdrew their order. No more tire burning under Georgia Power's clean energy portfolio. So that's super exciting. Another win in the most recent Vogel docket. Ooh, this is a loaded one to talk about. For those of you who don't know Vogel, it is 2 nuclear plants that have been built in Georgia. It is a massive construction feat that came with a massive bill. And leading up to the beginning of that docket, on behalf of PSC and GIPL, we negotiated a settlement with Georgia Power. It is not a settlement on behalf of all Georgians. The docket is still to come. There are still issues to be decided, but it is a settlement between these organizations that we represent and Georgia Power as to what we are happy walking away from the table with. And that settlement involves billions in savings for Georgia Power ratepayers. It involves a commitment from Georgia Power to support that Solar for All program, which I mentioned is to deliver 20% bill savings to Georgia Power customers. And it expands the low-income discount program that was previously only accessible to a very small slice of seniors to include a whole additional slew of folks. So we're terribly proud of that one too. And those are just the most recent 2, but we've been busy. Yeah.
Thank you.
I would also say, just to put a pin on that, and this is for the advocacy community in general, I think what we've been able to accomplish is a floor and not the ceiling, right? And so it's very difficult sometimes to advocate for more if you don't understand what ground you're standing on. And for the Partnership for Southern Equity, we see this success as a floor. The Public Service Commission still has to vote and agree on that agreement, which I think gives the broader community an opportunity to have even more robust conversations with the Public Service Commission and Georgia Power about what is possible and acceptable. For us as an organization, it was important for us to leverage our brand and relationships in a way that will create a clear understanding of what the floor looked like, so people can stand on that floor and fight for more if they want to. One of the things I did also want to be clear about, in particular about what is happening in Sapelo, and I really appreciate you, brother, for what you're sharing, what you were sharing about that, is that what we're seeing in Sapelo is not an isolated incident. That we are seeing land use being used around the country to racially cleanse Black communities. And whether it be the Beltline in Atlanta, whether it be what is happening in Sapelo, whether it be in some of the other larger places around the country, cities that are also using large infrastructure projects in predominantly Black communities, we're seeing zoning, which is really, remember, the policing of land. That is basically the definition of zoning. And if we know from history, Black folks don't have too much luck with law enforcement. So the policing of land and zoning, how zoning is used on many occasions in the past has been used to separate us from opportunity, but now it is being used to actually accelerate the depopulation of Black folks and communities of color in areas that are considered valuable by certain communities, and in particular the speculators and the development community. And so that is why hopefully the watchword for our time together is solidarity, right? That we understand that, no pun intended, no organization or individual is an island, even though Sapelo is. But we have to learn how to work together and understand the broader implications of where we are and for the Partnership for Southern Equity in the 21st century. And I'll be quiet, it's not necessarily a question, but I wanted to add this to the mix. The utilization of land, the utilization of energy, how our economy emerges, and how our health care ecosystem is developed are the four, in my opinion, #1 challenges and opportunities for Black folks in the 21st century. Like, those are the key areas that, in other marginalized communities of color as well, that we have to be in the room, and unfortunately a lot of times we're not in those rooms at all. When there are conversations about energy and climate, the real conversations about energy, Black folks aren't in the room. When there are real conversations about land use and development, we're not in the room. When there are real conversations about jobs and how our economy is being developed and how we're going to be a part of it, we're not in the room. Even when we're talking about, our health system, we're not in the room. And so that is where the big conversations are happening. So we have to organize ourselves and mobilize ourselves together, not alone, because we also need a multiracial coalition in order to move that work forward. But as I say to my friends who support and care about PSC, some of you all in the room, when Black people are free, we all are free. And so we have to make sure that we continue to be committed to that. But we stand in solidarity with the work that is happening in Sapelo. But also we have to understand that this strategy of using land use and infrastructure investments is being used around the country to push out Black folks in communities that we've resided in for a long time. So hopefully, as we know that, we have a better understanding on how to deal with the issue.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Pay no attention to the food being set up in the back. We'll get you there, I promise. Anybody else? Questions, comments? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question about solar in Georgia. I'm just curious, you showed that plot of the per capita amount of solar. Is that a cost issue, or is it much more structural than that? And I'm just curious, because I really know very little about it.
That's a good question. I should have mentioned that. It's a structural issue. The cost issue is the same for folks around the country. It's the fact that we have some pretty significant policy barriers in place that prevent us from expanding certain kinds of clean energy, particularly those not owned by utilities, in Georgia. For example, we've been advocating for a legislative bill for years now, and advocating in the Public Service Commission for a net metering policy, which the leaders up there have had for years and years, Hawaii and California. But it's basically a policy that gives you the same credit for energy that you give to Georgia Power as they charge you for energy you take from Georgia Power. And the difference with a policy like that is profound when you're doing the financial modeling for what makes sense for something like rooftop solar. I also realized I don't think I mentioned that the Bright program is a leasing program in which it would be the panels would be purchased by the nonprofit, installed on the person's home who gets to use all the energy. but because the nonprofit owns it, they would also maintain it. And if the person, for some reason, is unable to pay their bill, the recourse, unlike some programs where the recourse is, we're going to take you to court, we're going to take your home, the recourse in this case is nonprofit can come get the panels back. So that's just a little more information about what makes that particular program different and the kind of creative thinking happening in the infrastructure space to make it more accessible, to Nathaniel's point.
Sorry. Ms. Anita answered her question.
Okay.
I had a question.
Oh, I don't need a mic. Thank you so much. School teacher. Jennifer.
Yes, ma'am.
Where have you been for the past 30 years?
We've been here. We've been here.
I mean, this is so important. I have been talking about solar in terms of us embracing it since 1982, maybe. I mean, the sun. It's a no-brainer. And for those that have perhaps a little more wind than we have around here, even though we have a considerable wind here on the coast, that you have the windmills, okay? But these utilities, which are mostly private owned, it's all profit driven. So I hope you brought some information, because I know right now 4, 5 homeowners that want solar.
Bring them. We got them.
Oh, 6. I forgot to include myself in that. And I'm very serious, okay? Because it is disheartening when people have to choose between their medications, their food, their child care, okay, and keeping a roof over their heads because they're just overwhelmed. And I'm talking about people who thought they had a little cushion when they reached retirement, and if you have a health problem, particularly a chronic health problem, forget whatever you may have saved, because the cost of maintaining your home and just life in general, it just eats and eats and eats away at it. So, I mean, we got to talk.
Let's talk. I do have some materials with me for those who want to do a little work. I have copies of the proposed customer disclosures with me that I'm happy to hand out to anybody, the proposed Bill of Rights, because if y'all have feedback, we're taking it. The program doesn't launch for 2 more weeks. So feedback is welcome.
My question actually wasn't for you, Jennifer, so I appreciate you. My question is for Dr. Gear. You talked about the Bitcoin company coming to Adel. What does that mean for Adel in particular?
Okay, well.
And you mentioned one of my favorite buzzwords, brownfields. And for those who don't know what brownfields are, can you explain what that means?
Okay, well, I'll start with the Bitcoin, and then I'll give you somewhat of a definition of brownfield that anybody here can feel free to clean up. All right, so when it comes to the Bitcoin mining industry, you understand that it's an energy-intensive process where they're constantly trying to come up with these formulas for proof of work, but it really doesn't provide jobs to people, but it does use up a lot of energy for what? Nothing. A guard shack, a guard, and maybe some people who come offline and come over there every now and then to maintain the servers. Not any direct positive impact to your community. But for a little MEAG like Adel, Georgia, they're using up a lot of energy, and they haven't paid their bill either, so they owe us millions actually right now, but some people are in some pockets. So with the Bitcoin mining, it caused a lot of issues with, there was loss of sound. And there was a community, a predominantly African-American community, didn't even know that's what they were hearing. People were like, oh, that's what I've been hearing? Yes, that's that Zoom, because you know they have those industrial fans up top. and they have to keep those things cool. Why in the world are they in South Georgia anyway? They need to be kept cool. So they, and they're all throughout, different parts of Georgia, because our energy is quote unquote cheap, because we cut deals with them and we sell it to them probably even better price than the residents. So that's the issue with Bitcoin mining. Sometimes they use water as well to cool their systems, so that can create a water issue. In case this was just fans in the impact on electricity. That was clear enough for everybody? Okay. So they also come in the form of data centers too, so be very careful, because you can have a Bitcoin mining industry within your data center, and we're seeing them show up all over Georgia. Okay, second, the next question was about the brownfield. So a brownfield is an area that's already been polluted, that hadn't been cleaned up like the one in Adel. The company had abandoned the site for years, for like 15, 20 years, and just had not done the cleanup they were supposed to, with toxins still in the ground. So what happens, somebody come along, they'll say, hey, we'll clean up a portion of this, and therefore they're not accountable for anything that happens to the people based on that afterwards. So they'll say, okay, I'm gonna clean up this circle right here, or this spot right here, and that's what they do. I think they may get some tax breaks for doing these things, but then you can still put the same type of industry there, because it's still zoned. Going back to zoning, Jim Crow-based zoning is still there. Does anybody need to add anything to that definition? Did I cover that pretty good? Okay, all right.
I did want to add something to that, because EPA has so many resources available for us to clean up these brownfield sites, and I would love from part of these conversations if other folks that want to gather with me and stand with me as far as applying for some of this funding to redevelop and make more equitable spaces out of those brownfield projects, like healthcare facilities and green spaces and transportation, to make it more equitable for all people. So there's lots of opportunities for brownfield redevelopment. I want to transition us now. Okay, one last question.
Sorry, I apologize. What I noticed was a trend in our conversation. I just wanted to mention it. There are people, authorities, and institutions that are making decisions for us. We need to do, as we move forward in this conversation, we need to start collecting who those are, and start to think about how do we hold them accountable, right? Because I just, from the federal, state, and local level, and we have different people who operate in different spaces. So and some already have collected this, but we need to figure out how all people can understand who is determining what is happening to them. And so I just want to make sure that as one of our assignments moving forward, we start thinking strategically about how we can create a repository, so that we can start working together to develop plans of actions in order to ensure they do the right thing with the power and authority that they've bestowed upon. Thank you, boss.
Okay. All right. We are actually going to be transitioning to lunch. I know this is everybody's favorite part, right? And I would love for Mr. Kareem Scriven to talk about what he has here today. This is
everything.
Yes, you gotta talk about this business. Stay ready, bro.
Good evening, everybody.
My name is
Kareem Scriven. I'm the owner of Smoke Keys. Me and my 4 sons. Like the shirt say, we smoke everything. Macaroni, greens, cabbage, anything you want. We smoke it. Pineapple. We do it all. We love doing everything. We make everything from scratch. The lemonade is made from scratch. The tea is freshly brewed. All the vegetables are fresh vegetables. We use nothing canned. We make everything hand-cut vegetables. This is all we do. We love it. We use no charcoal, no gas. It's all wood. That's where the smoke comes from. So we're the Smoke Kings. We'll love to smoke for you any day.
I'm here for it.
So if you don't want to cook, we will for you.
And for any vegetarians or vegans in the room, we do have options for you. I wanted to make sure that you said that. And if you want to check him out, he not only caters, he also has vegetable rubs and smoked rubs, which are phenomenal, and I use them all the time. I love to cook as well. And they're on SmokeKingsBarbecue.com.
Yes.
Or Family Smoke
SmokeKingsBarbecue.com.
SmokeKingsBarbecue.com. Okay,
You
perfect.
just scan the QR code on the table, and I have cards with me.
Okay.
The QR code will take you right to the website.
Perfect. Well, we're gonna transition. We're gonna wash our hands, get prepared. We have sanitizer here, and then when you come back, we want to tell you about the special thing that we have going on in October in Memphis. And I know you've heard of it already. It's called Surge. So we're gonna talk about that when we come back. Okay.
say this at the beginning of the day, but if we don't do anything else, we're gonna get you out by 3. We promise. We will not keep you. You will not be. If you're here at 3:01, that's on you. We will get you out of here earlier on time. Unfortunately, we are sticking to schedule and everything is going well, so thank y'all so much. So as we come back into the space, we did say that we wanted to mention something that I mentioned earlier, and hopefully you all saw these lovely flowers on the table at your seats, and we have plenty more. Boy Cross came out. It's Surge. What is Surge, you ask? Surge is the Southern Unity for Racial Justice and Equity Summit. It will be taking place in Memphis, October 5th through 7th. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. I know that I said earlier, I meant to allude earlier, this whole convening right here was a labor of love, but Surge is indeed a labor of love. It is a vision come true of our founder and CEO, and we want you all to come. As I said, most of y'all in the room are going to be there one way or the other. You're going to be presenting, you're going to be coming and experiencing all of our wonderful tracks. Each of our portfolio areas has a track. Energy has a track. Energy. Growth. Health. Health has a track. Health. Impact, opportunity, and yes for equity. This is our youth power building arm. It's going to be an awesome time, y'all. It's going to be so much. You're going to have to really plan your schedule. So fortunately, we have an app for that. So you can plan and catch all this good information, all these good talks, all these good experiences. We're going to get out of the building and into Memphis. So that's going to be a wonderful part of this experience as well. But we're really excited about it. It has truly been a labor of love. Hopefully you've seen emails. If not, we will get you some. There's a QR code. We love our QR code. Scan your QR code. We also hope this will be kind of a entree, a little taste about Surge. Sorry, I'm also the DJ. So we hope that this serves as something to whet your appetite and that you will join us in Memphis to learn more, to hear more. Okay.
Sade will not be silenced.
Yeah, right. Right. It was 3 years or so before we get some new music. But again, we're really proud of this. I can't say it enough, and I'm probably not saying it very articulately, but we are very excited about this. And we want you all to be a part of it and bring your folks too. They can come too. Everybody's welcome. There's still time to register. And I promise you, if you register like 2 days from now, we won't say no. So there's always time to register. You can see me, you can see Dominique, Lavanya, any of our PS staff, and we'll make sure we get you more information. But I'm going to turn it over to Dominique.
It's urgent though, because we only have until Friday.
We do. It's urgent. We want you to register by Friday, but tomorrow. Oh, see, tomorrow.
And if they need help in terms of registrations, in particular the cost of registrations, we can try to negotiate that as well to fit what they can afford to make sure that they're there.
We will work with you. That's equity. We will work with you and make sure you can get there. So again, see any of us if you have more. If you want more information, you have this, your QR code. We'll make sure we send you information. You all online, same goes for you. We'll make sure you have information, and I'm gonna stop talking so y'all can really get a wonderful, beautiful idea of Surge.
I feel that we can still have a nonviolent demonstration, and that we will have a nonviolent demonstration here in Memphis.
Than to stop at this point in Memphis.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nathaniel Smith, and I have the honor of serving our communities as the founder and chief equity officer of the Partnership for Southern Equity. The Partnership for Southern Equity is a racial equity organization that is focused on advancing a new Southern agenda for inclusive prosperity and racial justice in the American South. And even more so, we are committed to realizing Dr. King's vision of the beloved community.
Atlanta being not only the home of the civil rights movement, but also the birthplace of Martin Luther King Jr., received a lot of visibility and support. Memphis being the place where Dr. King was assassinated created a different type of energy, a different vibration. Memphis and Atlanta will always have a psychic connection as a result of that. And we want to do all we can to begin the process of not only bringing Atlanta and Memphis together, but also creating a new narrative and a new story that will speak and inspire all people from the American South and around the world. The Southern Unity for Racial Justice and Equity Summit will attempt to do all of that and more. The time has come for us to push back together collectively towards a better tomorrow. And at the Partnership for Southern Equity, we understand that more than most. And as a result of that, we have decided with our partners to create and convene Southern Unity for Racial Justice and Equity Summit in Memphis, Tennessee. Our time is now. It is time for us to come together as Southerners and our allies to create a new vision for the South, the United States, and the world. We hope to see you there.
We hope to see you there. You have till tomorrow, which is apparently Friday, to register. But again, you have time, and we will make sure we can help you get there, because we really want you all to be in the room so we can continue a lot of the conversation and connection that we're having now, but on a much larger and grander scale. And you get to meet some of our cousin portfolios, Health and Energy are sisters. And you get to meet our opportunity, our growth, our Yes for Equity impact portfolios as well. So
Solutions.
Solutions, thank you.
Don't forget about solutions.
Okay. We need solutions, just solutions. All right, so now, you've eaten, so you can't leave. That was the deal. Sorry folks online, it was real good. So sorry. So now we're going to move to the discussion part of our program. We're going to talk about community advocacy, community building, engagement, all of that. We're going to talk about policy. And then again, you all are going to talk to each other more than you have been. We're going to actually formally speak to each other and just kind of talk and connect on a few ideas that we'll share with you all. But I would like to bring to the table Mr. Joel Alvarado, who is our Vice President of Strategy and Impact, aka our boss. Dr. Treva Gear, who you've seen earlier, Ms. Rachel Thompson, and Ms. Jennifer Whitfield. You all will come. And this particular, we will get somebody a chair. Right? And this panel, surprise, surprise, you don't get to hear from me, will be facilitated by Ms. Dominique Mack.
Yay.
Thanks, everybody.
Let's give him a moment to get situated.
All I'm going to say is that I helped myself considerably to lunch, so I'm calling everybody to help me. If you see me sort of like leaning this way or leaning that way, solidarity. I need y'all to work in solidarity to make sure that.
I agree, sir.
I really hope your wife is not watching online, and I'm not going to tell her anything about this. Well, good. I would like to everybody just to go around and introduce who they are, where they're from, why they're here. We know what organization you're with, but what brought you here today? You can start with Rachel.
My name is Rachel Thompson. I guess a little about me. I'm originally from New Jersey. I grew up in a town called South Brunswick. The irony is I now live in Brunswick in the South. I have been on the Georgia coast since 2012. I was brought here to work at the 4-H Center on Jekyll Island.
a marine biologist by training, started in advocacy in about 2015, and I'm just honored, and it's a privilege to be able to be here today.
All right, I'm Treva Gear. Well, you know who I work with, but I'll tell you this, I'm a 17-year educator. I was in education for a while, Army veteran. Grew up in Adel, Georgia. As I stated, I live in Valdosta, which is about 24 miles south of there. I came to this work through, oh my gosh, it's just by sheer nature of when things connect with you and your family members and the people that you love, and you realize that something better has to happen, and you jump into gear, and then I happen to work in this too. So I'm working in my passion and my purpose. So.
Hey y'all, I'm Jennifer Whitfield. I am an attorney. I work at the Southern Environmental Law Center in our Atlanta office. I am on our Georgia Energy and Georgia Air teams. I have a bit of an odd background in that I've only been in the environmental world for about a year and a half, and professionally. I've only been in the environmental justice world professionally for about a year and a half, but I've been a litigator and a lawyer for much longer than that. And prior to that, I came from the criminal justice world, which is quite different. But I needed less acute violence and more long-term violence in my life. And that's how I landed at SCLC.
Again, Joel Alvarado with Partnership for Southern Equity, and I'm here because this is where the work is. And so I go where the work is, and also to support and to honor two women, two leaders in our organization that are doing phenomenal work, that I'm fortunate to work with them and for them. And they understood the assignment. The assignment is that oppression doesn't happen singularly. It's multifaceted, multi-pronged. So we need to operate intersectionally so we can show the connections about how harm is occurring to an individual, a family, a community, a neighborhood, a state, in so many different ways, and the connectivity of it all. So the fact that we have these two portfolios working together to show the correlation between environment and health is really important, and I want to make sure that we lift that up and understand that, because that's the type of story we need to be telling. The comprehensiveness of the harm that people are feeling every day. And so how I got here, born and raised in Brooklyn, New York, if you can't tell from my accent. I came down here in '91 to attend Morris College, continued my graduate work and doctoral work. And before this I was a lobbyist, which is fine, but I came to a realization that how can I best utilize my talents for the people that look like me, the people in my community. And fortunately, I've been good friends with the founder, the leader of Partnership for Southern Equity for over 30 years. And so an opportunity presented itself, and I was welcomed with open arms to be able to lead this division and lead a phenomenal group of people who every day they're working hard, very hard, in order to move the ball just a little bit forward, a little bit more, so that we can all realize the freedom that we richly deserve in this region and in this country.
Thank you so much, everybody. Those are wonderful reasons for being here. I'm glad to know what the passion is and what drives your work. I would love to know what have been some of the challenges since you've started, and what are maybe lift up one challenge that you're currently facing. And let's start with Dr. Gear.
I figured you'd start me. One of the major challenges, I gotta say one thing and not two, is that sometimes realizing that there's a limited time on the folks that you have with you, that sometimes you pick up people along the way and they may not stay the whole time. And then you have to pick up another group of people. So the biggest thing is building capacity while you are in this fight. So you're literally running, picking people up. Come on, come on, come on. And you just need time in this work to build capacity, because you're doing so much work that sometimes you're not able to build and bring more folks around you because there's limited time and there's so much fight. So that's one of the biggest challenges that I face.
That word urgent seems very important.
Yes, yes, I can't wait for you to join right now, because I needed you yesterday. So, but I can run today because I got me and these other 5 folks. So we're running.
Anybody else would like to share?
I think one of the challenges is the enormity of the challenges that we face and how it feels unrelenting and big. And knowing that we have to be able to meet that, and knowing that I'm only one person in one organization, working in 1 or 2 communities, to try to face that. It's definitely a David and Goliath scenario, but we also know who won that, and we know how the one who won was anointed and blessed for doing so. So we just have to come at that same vein to be like, we understand that what we're facing is huge, it's daunting, right? It could be intimidating, but we can be intimidating too if we come together as one people with one voice under one vision to achieve something that will benefit all people. And I think the charge that we have to set for ourselves is having people see themselves in this work. There are people who think that that's a them issue and not an us issue, and they need to realize, no, it's absolutely going to be a you issue too. It may not be today, but tomorrow it absolutely will be. And people need to understand categorically, there is no plan B for planet Earth. There's no, I don't know of any colony being set up. I don't know of anything that's underwater or whatever. All I know is this Earth right here. And if we don't commit ourselves to this Earth right here, then we are all, maybe we ourselves will not suffer for that, but those that we claim we love, that are born or yet born, are the ones that are going to suffer from the decisions we make today. And so we have a moral responsibility to ensure that does not happen.
So I did want to go back to the first question, because I kept my introduction very brief, and I wanted to make sure that I did share my why, why I'm here. I kind of alluded to the geographic reason why I'm here, but we talked about destiny this morning, the gentleman from Harambe House, and I feel like I never really decided to be here. The universe just kind of put me here, and I want to share a little bit about that history. And I mentioned that when I came to Glenn County, I first worked at the Jekyll Island 4-H Center. If you are not familiar with that location, that is, it used to be the Dolphin Motor Lodge Hotel, which for the Georgia coast was the only place that African Americans could be on the beach, and that was a part of what we taught at the 4-H Center. And we also had a group of students that came over while I was there, my first year with the 4-H, University of Georgia 4-H program. They were a group of students from Altama Elementary, which is an elementary school that's here in Brunswick. And they were second and third graders, and a lot of these kids had never been to the beach before. And in my own ignorance at the time, I could not understand how these kids could live 10 or 15 minutes from the beach and they had never been to the beach. Fast forward a few years later, that same building, the Dolphin Motor Lodge Hotel, I was there on site when I watched it get torn down. I did not know at the time that I was watching history be removed. I know that now. I was then hired for the Satilla Riverkeeper, and during my time there, I started to peel these onions, these layers of the blight in my own backyard because I was living in Brunswick, and unveiling the Superfund sites and the hazardous waste sites. And I landed in my role with the Clean Environmental Coalition, and it's just been a constant evolution of understanding, and that brings me to the challenge, the greatest challenge, and the greatest challenge that I see is the systematic environmental racism that exists. And I know that it is not just in our community. It is on Sappho Island, it is in Dr. Gear's community, it is in the band that we saw on the maps that were shown by Jennifer. And Dr. Robert Bullard, and I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir, y'all know this definition, but defines environmental racism, any policy, practice, or a directive that differentially affects or disadvantages individuals, groups, or communities based on race or color. And from my perspective, that looks like no representation. So you look at county commissions, you look at the leadership of the Department of Natural Resources, you look at the leadership of our state representatives, our federal representatives, and there is not equal representation. It looks like inequitable distribution of funds, whether that's infrastructure, grant monies. We have all this money coming out of the federal government. Is it actually getting to the Black and brown communities that need that money to advance these or alleviate these inequities? It looks like lack of environmental regulation and enforcement. So poor air quality, legacy contamination, poor water quality, and it is overwhelming. We are standing at the bottom of the mountain looking up. It invokes apathy, it can feel hopeless. And that is the greatest challenge that everybody in this room is working to alleviate or working to fix.
So when I think about one of the biggest barriers, it's hard because or challenges, I forget exactly the question, but it's hard because there's so many. There are so many. And so many that I think are important, but one that I think is particularly important to talk about and just own in this space and spaces like this is the fact that I'm fully cognizant that I come from a powerful organization that has a powerful skill set that can access those institutions of power and that can access those structures and that is trained to navigate them, right? Like we are lawyers and policymakers and lobbyists who have been trained to navigate these systems of power. And with that power, as we're navigating them and making decisions, which we necessarily have to do at every turn, one of the really hard parts of the job is to figure out how to do that right, with as many voices at the table as possible to still be effective. And there's a tension between how many people you can invite to a meeting and how you can still have a meeting be effective, right? And that's just one example, but having to make those choices day in and day out about how to be inclusive in the right way, it's hard, and I'm confident we're screwing it up all the time, but trying to learn from that. And so I'll just throw that out there as like a massive vulnerability of an organization like mine, which is, has so much to offer that we can figure out how to do it the right way. And we necessarily have to look to folks on the ground to give us guidance as to when we're doing it well and when we're screwing it up. and that's tricky.
Thank you so much, everybody. What would you say is one of the ways that you could use support in your advocacy, in your coalition building to make it a more just one?
I'll say be willing to reach out to, first of all, do what you can for every organization that you can do something for, because there's always something that we can do for each other. We may not be able to be to the meeting, but yeah, I can sign your petition. Yeah, I can sign on to that. And if you're having a meeting, I might can share it with my network, and I'm not over there, but they can come to that event too. Be willing to partner. You know, those partnerships are critical because we don't all have the support. You know, especially if I look from I look from a Dogwood aspect to looking at being a community grassroots organization advocate and chair. We need more partners. We need more people spreading the good news, more allies, because you might know something that I don't know because you were in a space that I wasn't able to get into or didn't even know about. And when we start talking and keeping those lines of communication together, we can find out so much that can help each other. The coalition building has to be critical. Also being mindful when you're part of a coalition is not working for you. I know that environmentally, there's some environmental coalitions that are not necessarily working for everybody. They're not equitable. They work for the interest of something they think they can get passed. And if it's something questionable like environmental justice, then they might not be so apt to jump on that. Well, we'll just table that till next year. Or we won't put energies towards that. So being mindful of that and jumping ship or diverting your energies where you know you can get those things done, working behind the scenes. But partner, know that you can do something, and form those coalitions that are needed for environmental justice. We're in the process of doing some of those things right now to push for some legislation in the coming year. I'll talk to y'all about that later, but we need everybody because it's going to help all of us.
I think one thing is that to be effective, we need people to realize they have power. And a lot of times we kind of go through this work through a deficit model, thinking that we have to work to obtain power and not acknowledging that it already exists within us. And that's something that we talk about all the time in PSC. And that's something that, you know, our leader continually reinforces in us, that we don't empower people, but people already have power. Mm-hmm. Our responsibility is to help them realize that, cultivate that, and then activate it, right? And so the more people realize that those who are utilizing their power, that there's an equal set of powerful people who want and demand change in regards to their lived experiences. So once we start acknowledging the power, then we have to be strategic in regards to the utilization of that power. And then really start thinking about understanding that rather we need to play, people are playing three-dimensional chess and we can't play checkers. We have to be playing the same game, learn the game, and then work in order to beat them in that game. Yeah. And so, and that takes work. That's not something that happens overnight. But we have to be willing to go on that journey to do that. And we have to be also have to operate with a sense of intellectual humility. It's okay to say that you don't know something. It's okay to say, I don't have clear insight as to that, but you do. Can you help me? Right? There has to, if we're going to build coalition and trust, there has to be some vulnerability, you know, in that process, right? So if we can own our power, effectively utilize our power, and operate with some vulnerability in hopes that someone will see that and pour into us, and so that we can be better in regards to what we're trying to do, and then we reciprocate that to others as well. That will be foundational to help us move forward. I think other things will work themselves out, but we just need to make sure. Oh, one more thing too. We got to make sure, one thing that our leader talks about all the time, that we need a values revolution. That if you recognize you have power and you begin to utilize that power, but you apply the same values as was applied to you to put you in the situation that you're in now, all you're going to do is recreate a scenario where you're going to be the beneficiary and somebody else is going to be harmed. So what are the values that we are going to apply with the power we wield? And so for me and for us, We want to make sure that we are, that those values become integral in sort of what we do and who we are. We can do that. I think that would allow us to have the foundation to really grow into something powerful and meaningful and not replicate harm knowingly or unknowingly.
Rachel, you wanted to answer that question as well? And as we wrap this question, I want to leave you with the next one so you can go ahead and answer this one as well. We want to leave on this note. What has been your proudest moment in advocacy and coalition building? And everybody can answer that in about 1 minute, and we'll be wrapping up to the next.
I just wanted to, for the Glen Environmental Coalition, I think something that we've acknowledged is that the support that our community needs is not necessarily our priorities and what we're looking for. And I know LP mentioned that this morning, talking about the basic needs of the community when folks are they're worried about keeping their power on, paying their water bill, keeping food on the table. How are they going to pay rent? And just acknowledging that, all the organizations that are here in the room, we have our own priorities, but the support that the community needs might have nothing to do with that, and just being mindful and open to helping individual citizens and residents with whatever their issue might be, and using that as a way to, open the door and build a relationship. And I just, we spend a lot of time at neighborhood planning assembly meetings, and a lot of what we hear is there's a lot of discussion about speed bumps. And I'm not an expert on transportation or road projects, but helping, there's city officials there, and helping them get resources to keep their community safe, that's their priority, and then successes, okay, I'm transitioning now. I'd say, and this kind of goes back to what Dr. Geer mentioned earlier as well, is partnerships. So I think some of the greatest successes our organization has seen, and I personally have seen, are when people, groups with different backgrounds, different perspectives, different experiences come together for one common goal. And we've got a short time, so I'll just say that the community exposure, the community health fair, and the exposure study that Noah talked about earlier, I'd say that that's definitely one of our community's largest successes. And you all saw the organizations on the screen earlier, and I think that the success of that largely is from a lot of people working together on this one goal to answer that question. And it's not always easy. Lots of very long meetings that go over time, but we focus on the details, and we try to gain consensus at every corner and every turn, and I just know that that is why it's successful.
All right, I'll have to say a couple of things. First of all, the power of our presence, the stamina that it has taken for our organization to maintain, stay together with our core group and show up, have our presence. Also, the pressure that comes with that presence, because your presence is power. So when we show up with our elected officials and show up in the room, sometimes we go to a commissioners meeting, they wonder, why you here, what y'all want with us? Y'all got something to say? No, we're just here. So, that recognition that they're coming with the force, and they know that, and we'll strategically do the work, do the open records request, those things, to get to what we need to get to, and they never know what we're looking for. Looking at the settlement with Spectrum, that piece, that was major. I'm saying for them to sit down with the little small town, a little organization like ours in a small town in South Georgia, and to say what you want, and then we're able to work with partners like SCLC to tell them this is what we want, and we're standing firm and mean mugging you till we get it. That, my dear, that's wonderful. So those are things that I'm proud of. Those are things that we're proud of at the Concerned Citizens of Cook County.
I won't speak on behalf of my organization because the list is too long and I haven't been there long enough to possibly do it justice. But personally, I think my proudest moment has been watching Dr. Geer mean mug at a settlement table. Because the work it took to get there was hard, and it wasn't a straight line, but it was a fight that needed to be fought, and I was delighted to stand with them to do that.
We do so much at PSC, so I'll just leave it at this, that I think the great success that I've witnessed is that we're able to be in community again, where pandemics and all these things try to prevent community from being together, and we find ways to overcome that. And just being here with you all is a success in of itself that I cherish, and I know those on our team cherish too, because whatever we're going to accomplish, we can't do it on our own. There's a reason why we're a partnership for Southern Equity. We're not the Institute for Southern Equity, right? We're not the organization for Southern Equity. We're a partnership. Why? Because only together we're going to be able to achieve what we want to achieve. So celebrate this moment. Don't let this moment pass by and you don't acknowledge and appreciate just being together to talk about something that we all care about and we all want to do something about. I look forward to more opportunities like this moving forward.
Thank you. And I promise we will allow time to ask questions, but again, I'm sticking to my promise. We're going to keep moving to our policy discussion. Don't leave. You get to see Mr. Joel Alvarado once again. So we're going to have a discussion with NRDC, and they're going to talk to us. They're going to do a small presentation, and then they and Joel are going to have a chat that we get to listen in on. Okay, that's why I don't touch computers. And so we're going to bring up in just a moment while we're doing our tech transition, Ella Mendoza and Patrick King from NRDC. And they will tell you more about themselves and more about their work. And we're going to have a policy discussion. I want to say again, I don't know if I said before, but you will get a link to all of these slides, to everybody's bios. We haven't had a chance to really tell you all the wonderful things all of these great folks do. You will be getting all of that shortly afterward. Of course, you all online will get that as well, so don't use your memory trying to take pictures of the slides. I promise we'll get them for you. Okay, so we're going to have a small break. I've just been informed. So if you have any questions for our panel that was just up here, our Advocacy and Coalition Building panel, now's your chance. So just want to let it soak in.
Dr. Greer?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear this young lady tell you about the building they tore down?
Yes, sir.
That's what I was talking to you about.
Any other questions or comments before we transition? All right. Oh, go ahead, please.
The power of partnership, I'm saying it goes back to what Dr. Joel was saying as well. It's just the partnership. I think about the number of partners we have versus where we started and how we, it's just, you just keep weaving. You keep weaving and connected. And now I know more people, and where I'm connected to more people today. So we have more resources when we have more people and have more partners, and then we have more power.
Absolutely.
So I'm happy about that.
Thank you. We're glad to have you as our partner. So I think, yes, no? All right, no. Any other questions? Any other comments? So again, I want to say that this is a bit of a teaser of what you all will experience and see more in Memphis in October. So don't forget to register. Don't forget to tell your people to register too. And we will make sure that we get you there. We want to see y'all in Memphis. It's a cool place too, besides Brunswick. So yeah, let's get on the road, come to Memphis, get out of Atlanta for a little bit. Georgia for a little bit, yes. Yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be a really awesome time. So we want to see you there. Obviously, I'm not good at stretching time, particularly after lunch.
I'll tell you this, we can look at that civic piece, you can flip a seat. I'm saying take the shirts off. We did it. I'm saying that lady who was on the video talking about I love myself.
She gone.
Yeah.
She don't sit on city council anymore.
So there you go.
You do what you have to do, organize and put some people.
I'm glad you said that because I do want to raise, because I got to put on my health hat, I never take it off. But civic engagement is also a determinant of health. Might not seem like it, but you got to get out there and be engaged, or the decisions that are made for you are not going to positively impact your health. So it's also a determinant of health. AMA is working to make it an official determinant of health, but it is so. With that, yes? Okay, I'll turn it over to Ella and Patrick.
Okay, good afternoon, folks. Thank you for the grace with, we had some slide fun. You don't think that's going to be fun yet, but that's fine. I'm Ella Mendonça. I'm the Health Equity Program Manager at the Environment, Equity, and Justice Center within NRDC. And you don't have to
Hey everybody, my name is Patrick King. I am the Southeast Mobility Choices Advocate at NRDC. Originally I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Currently I'm based out of beautiful, probably sunny East Atlanta, Georgia right now. And I work on transportation policy, and what I'm really passionate about is the interconnections of transportation as it relates to what I would argue is everything. So that's me.
That was a really strong introduction, and now I feel called to say more. If you might well have to say a little aside. And so I've been really lucky to work at the intersection of climate, health, and racial equity as part of SPARK, where I was lucky to also be able to work with Robin and PSC for some years. But yeah, we're really excited to be here to talk about some of the community level, state, and federal policy opportunities that really connect into your work and how to safeguard public health from the impacts of climate change that we are already experiencing. I think it was last week, and I tell you. We're gonna try this out. Yeah, great. Okay. Okay. So today we're just gonna really lay the groundwork on what, and I know this might be a little bit basic for some folks, but maybe a good reminder for others, what climate change is and how it is impacting the health of our communities, and broadly how communities of color across the U.S., particularly on extreme heat, how is that impacting not just here, but across, like we've named a number of communities. What are those intersections? And then we're going to look at some of the most important policies to know this year and how to connect into that at the federal, state, and the local work that's happening at the intersection of climate and health. Okay, so why are we experiencing, extreme heat? Like, we've known for decades that human activities have been the main driver of our warming planet. So as we dig coal, oil, and pipe gas out of the earth and burn it for fuel and energy, this leads to emissions of carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxide, and chlorofluorocarbons, or CFCs, that make up greenhouse gas emissions. And they trap the sun's heat and they warm the planet. That really accounts for about 75% of global greenhouse gases. There are also other choices that we make, societally and on a community level that lead to a hotter planet, like cutting down forests that absorb carbon dioxide, car and freight transportation, food production, general overconsumption. Just a handful of corporations are the largest GHG emitters, but we all have a role to play in the climate crisis, particularly if you live here in the United States. And for many of us, climate change isn't 10 years, 20 years, 30 years down the road, like we heard. I feel like just a few years ago, we're already experiencing it. We can look forward to longer, stronger, and more frequent heat waves happening at more unexpected times of the year. And that includes other extreme weather events like hurricanes, intense rains that lead to flooding, wildfires, things that I think everyone here has already seen in the news or experienced themselves.
So let's just start with a basic one. What exactly is extreme heat? Broadly defined in the United States, it's classified as days of extended high heat and humidity above 90 degrees. Now this might not come as a surprise, but it is hot down here. But for our older folks out there, it didn't used to be this hot for this long. And I think this
So how rapidly is this happening? It's really hard, I feel like, as a person to be like, it was hotter this year than last. Like, okay, kind of. But it really depends on, how much fossil fuels we are digging out of the ground, all of the processes that are occurring around us. If you are 30 and you are born in Brunswick, the year that you were born, Brunswick had 65 extreme heat days. If you are 50, the year that you were born, there were 55 extreme heat days. That's 10 days difference in your summer. This year, we will have an estimated 75 days of extreme heat here, and by the time that you're 80, if you're 30 now, so I don't know now, that could be 97 days or up to 128 days a year of extreme heat. So think about the ways like, it's extra hot out, you pack water, or there's poor air quality. You make an allowance that day. Now imagine doing that 97 to 128 days out of the year. What are the impacts of extreme heat, right? Like, I think we all recognize it's getting hotter, but things are really coming to, I can't believe I'm gonna say, a boiling point. That was not meant to be a joke, so we're gonna get into the serious issue of extreme heat. Well, it's one of the deadliest impacts of climate change. Extreme heat results in over 1,300 deaths a year in the United States. Firstly, more days of extreme heat lead to, as we've mentioned, an increased frequency and severity of wildfires and drought. And we hear a lot about like heat stroke, heat exhaustion, dehydration. Those are really short-term exposure outcomes. That's like, okay, I was out for the afternoon, or I was running errands, I'm out there all day. But that makes up a really small percentage of the health outcomes. We really rarely talk about some of the other more severe physical health and mental health longer-term outcomes, or outcomes due to repeated exposure. Like if you're an outdoor worker, if you're there every day, if you're driving for Uber, Lyft, like folks are exposed to moderate or extreme heat over time, and they can actually face higher risks of respiratory, neurological, and just general body harms that can lead to death.
And also, it should definitely be said first, just right at the outset, when we're talking about extreme heat is the deadliest weather-related fatality in America. Ella just mentioned 1,300 people a year die from extreme heat. That's more than hurricanes, that's more than wildfires, that's more than tornadoes. Full stop, right there. And so who is the most impacted? It's the young and the old. Those with pre-existing conditions, the elderly, young children, particularly people of color, low-income residents, outdoor workers, and this also includes delivery folks, in those sprinter vans with Amazon, UPS, gig workers, and agricultural workers. And if folks are kind of like following different labor things that are happening in the state of Georgia, UPS was having some issues with the contract because drivers just wanted very basic stuff, AC in the cars. So, yeah, I could go on. So please do keep us together with the time. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Much faster, but don't mind us. Okay.
And so also what we're seeing in urban and metropolitan areas is something known as the urban heat island effect. It's a phenomenon that is due to the fact when you take natural land and you replace that with concrete buildings and dense concentrated areas, those materials absorb and retain heat, which makes those areas substantially hotter than other parts of the city that have green space, shade, grasses, and things of that nature. Also, that amount of, what's classified as impervious surface, and concrete and those things, negatively impacts floodwater and stormwater mitigation as well. So in addition to being hotter, these areas experience more intense flooding as well during rainstorms. And I think I actually went a little bit too fast there. And so you probably experienced this as well. Just imagine you're going to the grocery store, you get out of the car on a hot day, and it's like, my God, this parking lot is cooking. Just imagine if that wasn't just all cement under you or all asphalt under you, it would be substantially cooler. And I will say too, cities and urban planners are working to address these issues, design choices that lead and contribute to the urban heat island effect. that also affect quality of life and health outcomes for individuals who live in these places that deal with urban heat.
And we're also going to try to go a little bit faster, but I feel like this is part of the zoning conversation we've kind of been having a little bit all day. Now that we know, like, we've talked about extreme heat, we've talked about climate and how that can impact cities, urban environments, let's also talk about the why. And I want to say, like, I'll raise your hands if you know. So extreme heat, like many forms of extreme weather, disproportionately impact people of color in low-income communities. And it's not an accident. It didn't like accidentally happen this way. That was intentional, and it has its roots in segregation, housing, and transportation discrimination. So in 1934, under FDR, the Federal Housing Administration, or the FHA, was created, and it developed a housing mortgage underwriting manual that mapped the whole country and downgraded mixed and black neighborhoods so that they could not get mortgages. Like, black folks could not get loans and mortgages in this system. And so the FHA circled these neighborhoods in red to say, nope, this is a neighborhood you can't get mortgages in. That is what redlining is. Like, it is based on this. And that led to then county zoning departments popping up and then further segregating neighborhoods by race all across the United States. And so this federal support from the FHA really led to a huge boom in mortgages, the biggest generational wealth building strategy, right, of that time, but only to white residents, effectively pushing out people of color, Jewish people who were considered non-white at the time, right? Anyone considered non-white could not get a mortgage with this system. And so then with the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and the Fair Housing Act of 1968. 1968, right, that's a lot later, segregation in private and public areas was no longer legally defended at the federal level. That didn't change in states. I did this in Virginia, and when that changes will not shock you, unfortunately. And so these effectively redlined cities and neighborhoods then had white flight, historical disinvestment, just any number of ways in which areas were not invested in trees, impervious surfaces. That was not an area that folks were willing in government to be able to support and make sure that they were climate friendly. We don't have a lot of time, so we keep going.
I got the two worst people up here together.
No, we just want to keep going.
And so local and municipal decisions have continued to kind of perpetuate the discriminatory policies that have kind of been solidified through redlining, which is something I imagine most of us in this room are familiar with, the concept of redlining. What we might not be familiar with, though, is 90 years after these maps were created, a study of 108 urban areas in the United States found that the majority of formerly redlined neighborhoods in nearly every city surveyed were hotter than non-redlined neighborhoods by a degree of sometimes 13 degrees hotter. We're talking about the same cities where one neighborhood is 13 degrees hotter than the other city and other parts of the city. And again, considering extreme heat is the most deadly weather-related fatality in our country. Oh, and up here, so that's same study also found that 71% of the counties surveyed, people of color lived in neighborhoods with higher temperatures, and 76% of those counties, lower income folks experienced hotter temps than wealthier ones. It should also be said as well, specifically when we talk about people of color, black people, regardless of where you are in the income spectrum, you could be a wealthy black person and you would still be, by and large, living in a hotter neighborhood, statistically speaking.
So I hate to be this facilitator, but we're going to continue this conversation with the policy discussion. We're going to bring Joel Alvarado back up, and they're going to have a discussion to talk more about this and why things are the way they are. Yeah. Are you locked down? No, they're here.
Ron, Dominique, are we going to be able to share slides?
Yep.
Okay. And I'll just say, in the rest of our slides, we kind of just talked about different federal policies that could affect things that are taking place in Georgia around environmental health, including heat and weather-related illnesses. In addition to kind of state policies, just because that's where I kind of focus my work on, is just all the interesting and state policies and plans that can impact climate and lives and livelihoods in Georgia. Excuse me.
This
You hear me
is
okay?
actually perfect. The questions you're going to ask us, we made slides for.
Perfect.
We didn't know we made slides for it, so we made slides for it.
That's how it's supposed to work out. And so, first of all, heat check. Everybody's okay? Everybody feeling good? We're almost there. I know we got 1 more hour. I know it's a heavy intellectual lift, but you all can do it. You all can see it through, okay? This is a really important conversation for multiple reasons. Because you heard a lot about the intervention strategies people are taking in order to provide people to disrupt the harm that people are experiencing every day because decisions that are being made, right? But when we talk about policy, we're talking about systems disruption. Policy is what allows for the phenomena that's occurring in the lives of people to continually to happen, right? So what we need are different policies that are based on a different set of values that will lead to different outcomes that could be more beneficial, more just, more equitable, more fair, more democratic, where people can really be free. And so policy is what helps drive that. And part of the power that we are amassing is to ensure that there are people in office at the local, state, federal level who are capable of pursuing and enforcing public policy that will be in the best interest of all people. So that I just wanted to frame the conversation of why it's so critical to talk about policy and how we need to be fully aware. And I'm so glad that NRDC is here because they are an ally that operates at the federal level. And so it's good to know that we don't necessarily have to check all the time what's happening on the federal level, that we have friends who are doing that with us and for us and able to inform us that, hey, by the way, this is going to roll down the pipe, or this legislator is talking about doing this. And then, well, we reciprocate. So they ask us, well, how will this impact people on the ground? We share that with them, and then they in turn, we keep informing each other. So that way when they're at a member of Congress's office, they can speak authoritatively. We're hearing from our people on the ground, and this is what they're saying would happen if this bill passed or didn't pass. So we talked about, like Dr. Gary, we talked about connecting, weaving, coming together, and that's the way, that's how it works. That's how coalition works. So I have several questions I wanted to ask you all, but we'll just jump into it. The first one is, what is a current opportunity we can support to drive change? Is there a piece of legislation that is before Congress now that either we need to rally behind because it's good, or that we need to rally behind because it could take us back to where we don't want to go?
All right, so I think I'm gonna pass it to Ella just because, like, we're talking about at the federal level. I'd be happy to talk about state level implementation.
That's fine too.
Okay, so at the state level, I'm trying to keep it tight. I want to talk about 2 programs. The first is the Climate Pollution Reduction Grant Program. Oh, great, yeah. Can you go back? So this one is being led in Georgia by EPD. It provides $5 billion in grants to states and local governments in 2 phases, formula grants for state climate plans and for the largest metropolitan region in a given state. For us, that'd be Atlanta. So right now we're in the planning process for both of these plans, both with the Atlanta MPO and with EPD. They did their first stakeholder engagement meeting on the 29th of August. But that plan is open for comment right now, and this will kind of dictate what essentially a climate action plan for Georgia would look like. We can get into my thoughts, and I'm sure folks will have them, about EPD and the nature of public engagement when it concerns our public agencies. I see a couple heads nodding there. But it is open right now. The plan is due March 1st. And EPA does require meaningful engagement. So I would definitely encourage folks to do a little bit of in the sides we have like links and stuff like that for folks who want to take a look at the plan and comment on it as well. The next program I want to talk about is one of a similar name. This will be the Carbon Reduction Program. This one is led by GDOT. Very similarly, this one provides $5 billion for states to fund projects designed to reduce transportation emissions. GDOT is currently building out this plan right now, but if you know anything about GDOT, it operates as a black box. I've spoken with officials at FHWA where they're kind of giving GDOT a little bit of a free pass concerning public engagement on this plan, and are more so going to be focused on the MPO and RPO level. So this is extremely actionable, and the opportunity here is we know that MPOs will be getting a certain amount of money, and we know that that certain amount of money can only fund specific projects. That's the most direct engagement that you can have on steering and making sure those projects actually go to fund something that provides a benefit to the community. And I can share with you all now, I've heard from a little bird that GDOT's entire funds for this year is just going to go to some private industry hydrogen hub project. Does nothing for individuals in the state of Georgia, and we're talking about millions of dollars of our money. All of this is taking place behind closed doors. So very much encourage you to talk to your MPO.
Can I add to that?
Absolutely.
So some of you may have heard of like the Southeast Hydrogen Hub. And so it's the 6 largest utility companies in the Southeast, from Southern Power to, Southern Company, excuse me, to Duke, to Tennessee Valley, just all the big players. And so they came together because there's significant money in the Department of Energy for $1 billion to support hydrogen. And so we have articulated some of our concerns about that, and that we're not concerned about introducing a new form of clean energy, but what we're concerned about is sort of democratization of that energy, and we're concerned about whether they'll use, I don't want to say dirty energy, well, they'll use unclean energy in order to create clean energy, right? And so you're not helping the problem, right? And so when we hear about those opportunities, we need to ask ourselves some questions like, again, the values that led to sort of the monopolization of energy that was derived from coal or some others, are they going to use the same values in order to monopolize hydrogen? And then how does that benefit all of us? Just because you present a new form of energy, are we going to be the beneficiaries of it, both in its production and its dissemination and its costs? So we have to do our homework, we have to be vigilant, and we have to be aware of the decisions that are being made, so that way we can ensure that we don't address it after the fact, but before it actually happens and is implemented.
No, absolutely. And like the example I just gave, like I feel is like a prime example for what you were talking about of like the values, right? Where we're talking about specifically this money could go to building sidewalks in communities that don't have them. Safe ways to cross interstates where they don't exist right now. Transit, electric vehicle car sharing programs for individuals who live at affordable housing complexes that are in transit deserts. Like that is what this money is for, and it is being thrown towards, at least this year, a private hydrogen hub that does not benefit citizens of Georgia, but only benefits private interests. That's the risk right now. And I know we have other questions, so I'll dial back from that.
And I didn't do what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to keep touching this, so I apologize, Robin. Bad VP. I know. There we go. Okay, I'll make sure to keep touching. So, what types of policies do you believe are needed? It could be at the municipal, state, or federal level in order to realize environmental justice in the state.
I'm going to do a bad thing, and I'm going to refer to your earlier question, because I feel like there are some programs that are opportunities that we've not shared.
That's
okay.
good.
We're saying that. All right. Is it back on? No, it's on. Oh. Can folks hear? Okay, great. I can just yell.
Okay.
Deeply loud if you want. So I think one of the things we really wanted to make sure we left folks with was the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, is honestly it's the New Deal level of money that communities can access. That is why it is cool. The programs we're talking about are, yes, a little bit wonky, but they have the ability for people to, with CDO, to go and access those funds. So the Inflation Reduction Act. Okay, and so it contains about $500 billion in new spending on clean energy, pollution reduction, climate resiliency, like this is where there's a lot of money, particularly for communities. And so I think the two programs that we really want to make sure we highlight are the environmental justice and climate justice grants. I'm not sure if folks have heard of that piece yet, but that is $2.8 billion in grants and $200,000 in technical assistance that community-based organizations, so nonprofit organizations, can access directly. So you can apply for that. You can apply to work with another CBO. You can apply to work with the state. You can apply to work with an HBCU on a climate project. And so what is cool about that is the projects are broad. They're literally just, supposed to be climate focused. So that can be, there's pollution, there are toxics, like a lot of the things we talked about today, that could be a pipeline to funding some work that would go unfunded.
Great. Did you want to jump in?
Yeah, I was going to say, and if I can add.
All right, yeah. And if I can add as well, one thing that isn't necessarily meaningfully addressed by the IRA or the bipartisan infrastructure law is the effect that foreign policy has on global environmental justice and also global emissions. I firmly believe that climate change is the biggest, most pressing existential issue that we as a species have ever faced. That is not reflected at all in our foreign policy, where the only expectation is a war with China. The only expectation is funding proxy wars around the world. The largest contributor of greenhouse gases in America, the US military. So we're not even having real conversations. Yes, IRA, BIL are gonna do great things for America. America will not bear the brunt of the coming and current climate catastrophe. Brown and black folks in the global south will. And if our foreign policy doesn't reflect that, then it's disingenuous to say we're hard on climate or we're doing work on climate. So just put that out there as well.
Great. So I want to ask this question and bring us closer to the people, in that we know that local government is usually the incubator for innovation, right? And fortunately, in Georgia, at the state level, we may not have the type of support yet that we need for the type of change we want. But we do know that at the local level, we have mayors and city council members and county commissioners, school board members who understand their role and responsibility and are willing to be innovative and work on the side of right with regards to climate justice and climate equity. So are there any examples of policies that are either have been established or we're trying to pursue that at the local level? That way, we have some local leadership here, and people who have close relationships with local leadership, they may think about its replicability within their own jurisdiction.
So one that immediately comes to mind, and Dominique, I know we're probably out of time right now, so I'll try my hardest to make this quick, is cities and states establishing Justice 40 commissions, right? So that is a commission made up of city and community leadership that honestly just provides oversight on any and all relevant Justice 40 covered programs to ensure that not the 40% of benefits, but 40% of investments go to disadvantaged communities, which is a step beyond what the federal kind of line is on it, where it's just how do you quantify a benefit, right? I mean, I'm sure you can, but let's talk about actual physical investments in disadvantaged communities, because that's moving the needle. And I know we're past time, so if folks have any questions, definitely just let us know, and I could just go on for days.
So let's thank our panel for, and let's thank our leaders for keeping us on track.
I promise y'all appreciate us at 3 o'clock. We're all thank you y'all very much. All right, now it's y'all's turn to talk. We hope that you had a lot of good information today. And we want to give you all we want to provide an opportunity for you all to talk and connect with each other, which you have done so beautifully all day. But we want to have some real reflection questions about everything we've heard today, everything we've talked about, the work that you all are doing, and really thinking about how we continue this conversation. So we were going to do this as tables and groups, but because we've been working together so beautifully all day, and we are an intimate group, we just want to put these up here. and give you a little bit of time to think about these things. What does environmental justice look like within your community? As Dominique had us do some visioning earlier this morning, we started thinking about that. But here's some time, some real focused time to think about and put that down on paper. There's paper to think about that. What organizations are working to address threats to environmental justice and how have you been involved with them? So no one used the what's missing chart, that's okay. This is your time to reflect that now. So who's missing? Who needs to be at this table? Who have you been working with? Who's been a bright spot? That's what I'm saying. And also the question that we asked earlier, what type of support do you need to continue to be energized? We know this work is hard, as Joel said. This is hard work. Y'all need to say it. And how can you be energized to continue this work? Because as we said again, this is just an initial conversation. We're not going to leave here and never talk to you all again. We're going to see you in Memphis, and we're going to continue to have this conversation. So what type of support do you need to continue to be engaged in this work? So we want to give you some time to think about that. You have a few minutes to think about it individually. You can talk about it amongst yourselves, however you all want to organize. And then we're going to come back together in a little while and hear what you said. We're going to hear reflections reported out. So, does that work? Y'all need some background music? That always works for me. All right, we got that. So take some time to think about it. And we have some sheets too if you want to write it down. We're going to capture them here as well. So I'll give you some paper. Just a second.
So we'll get back together in about 10, 15 minutes.
We're in the home stretch. And as I feel like I've been doing all day, I'm really sorry for interrupting great conversation, but I'm happy that you all are having great conversation. But now we want to come back and just kind of see what you all have been discussing, hear what you all have been saying. What?
That's right.
Okay. All right. Now, we want to have an all-room discussion about these things. Again, I'm really sorry to interrupt your great discussion, though. We want to hear what you were saying. And we want to try to capture it in some way, either on your papers that you have or on the flip chart here. So, who wants to be the brave soul to talk about what EJ looks like in your community? Thank you. Go ahead.
So our group stated multiple things. We said that right now within our community, we are pretty much at the beginning stages of addressing various issues. So it's not something that's been completely resolved or anything like that. We're taking the initial steps to get those changes going. What it would look like is a collective, working together, less ego, extended grace, no separation physically, and what else was stated with that? Oh, you wouldn't be able to, what I mean by that is like you wouldn't be able to tell what part of town you're in based upon, you know, demographics.
Yep. Awesome.
To add to that, about the smokestacks, you wouldn't be able to tell because you're like, okay, you wouldn't know what part of town you are, but you know you go to a certain part and you got all smokestacks, air smells funky. You wouldn't have to worry about that because it smells the same, look the same everywhere. It would be safe to live anywhere in your community.
That's a beautiful community. Anybody else? Go ahead. Wait, hold on. Pass the mic. Waycross.
Yes, Waycross in the house. So, for Mr. Allen and I, we agreed that environmental justice in our community, it looks like distributive justice, procedural justice, as well as a sense of justice. So distributive justice meaning that we recognize that there is a red line in our state that divides the north and southern regions of Georgia. And so I think that we all recognize that when it comes to funding that is allocated to our regions or our area, there are certain areas that do receive more funding, and it's usually in the northern regions as opposed to the south. So we'd like to see that funding equally distributed so that everyone has access, you know, to community resources to improve their infrastructure and also their parks and recreation and anything that concerns our citizens. Procedural justice, that's being able to exercise flexibility when needed, but also ensuring that, you know, everyone follows procedures that are in place to ensure that there's equality and everyone's being treated fair, you know, when it comes to the distribution of funding as well as the allocation of other services and goods that are needed in our areas. And a sense of justice, holding people accountable for their actions, no matter what their role or their position is in leadership or just everyday citizens. Is there anything you'd like to add, Ms. Allen?
No, this is a brilliant person.
And she's from Waycross, Georgia.
Waycross, Georgia. Born and raised.
That's right.
On the Ware County Gators.
That's right. Was it 5A? 5A state champs. That wasn't my high school. That's okay. I still claim it. More visioning. What does environmental justice look like within your community?
All right, so I had the distinct pleasure of talking with Mr. Zach, who is born and raised here. So I'm going to imply some things from the story you told me. So I kind of altered the question and asked
That's okay.
if he could turn back the hands of time, what does he wish would have never happened
Okay.
to really make this place more environmentally just. And so to infer some things from what he said, one, better education on the things that are happening and what environmental health looks like. Making sure with the education, the hard conversations are being had. And then making sure local leadership is at the table and voices are centered, because apparently there were a lot of people who weren't from here that were brought here, placed in leadership to make sure environmental injustice went on. So.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
That was a good lead-in to, I feel like, a piece we had in our conversation, that a lot of the environmental justice things we discussed today are really reactive. Like, we are all trying to figure out what to do from these harms, but some of the solutions that I feel like folks have named is what it looks like when a community leads development, what it looks like when government is representative at like all of the levels. Then we're not dealing with that because we know we wouldn't put that in our own community.
Anyone else? All right. I'm going to take facilitative privilege and skip to the third question, because we can write the second question down. We'll write that down. We still want to capture it, so please be sure to share it, either there or on your papers. We just want to make sure we share it so we can continue this conversation, so we can continue growing these partnerships. But what type of support do you need? Do you need in your organization, in your life, in your world, your community, to continue to be energized and continue the work? You're energized enough to get up and come spend the whole day with us, and we so don't take that for granted. So what else do you need to keep going, to keep showing up to things and keep the good fight going until we get to environmental justice? Anybody?
I love to do work.
Go
ahead, Beth.
Well, I was going to reference you, actually.
Work together, partnership.
It's so energizing for me to hear about the wins. Like, hearing Dr. Yeager talk about the wins. Like, we need to hear those stories, and we need to know that we can replicate those strategies.
For sure. Bright spots are really important. Seeing yourself in the work and the success. Dr. Gear?
Thanks, Beth. It takes a lot of work to get to those, so it is good sharing strategy with other people, because there's no reason for you all to have to recreate the wheel if we found a strategy and a plan that actually works. So now we have the game book. This is the game plan. This is the playbook for how you win. And then if that doesn't work for you, then sometimes the inroads are a little bit different. You have to add another piece. Continuing to partner. The partnership, the funding, the capacity support, because sometimes building capacity in your community can be tough. Sometimes you need some outside support just to add those other runners to you, because you might not have enough have enough runners in your community. They're sitters sometimes, and we have to give them grace. It's okay, they're not there yet. That piece. And also, some support for us fighters. Miss Anita and I were talking about this. Anita, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, fighter fatigue. You suffer from fighter fatigue when you're leading the organization, and sometimes you're given a lot of ideas, and then people will pick it up and go with it, which is great. But we just need a break sometimes, and it's hard to stop. It's just hard to stop. Like, you eat and you sleep this stuff. You eat it. And everything is, like you say, in the urgency of now. So it's not like, no, I'm not waiting tomorrow. I'm going down there today and get this done. I have to type this email now. So we need help with fighter fatigue as well, on taking care of ourselves so that we can continue to lead this fight.
Thank you. That's huge. You got to find joy and take care of yourselves.
I would just say ditto.
That was so profound.
I hate to say it, sometimes joy is just like, can I kick a butt? Can we do it? Can we make something happen for the people?
I was going to expand off that. We were talking about access to other support, especially things like federal support. Not just needing more resources, but sometimes ability to match resources that we have. And I think we need Brunswick to be on the map in a more prominent way. And shout out to PSE
who has been rallying around us for years now and really lifting us up and making a lot of those connections. So it's happening. I would be remiss to not recognize the progress, but it's difficult. We've struggled a lot with things like Justice 40, where, you know, we're biased, should have been a shoe-in for that, and there's still opportunity there. But because we're not Detroit, Atlanta, we're not a big city, sometimes we're not the poster child for some of these issues. And I think that's a justice issue in itself. We have the highest number of hazardous waste sites per capita in the state. And I don't know where we rank on the federal level, but it has got to be pretty high up there. So I feel like we need to be on the map, and we need some heads turned to get some more of these resources flowing. And when they flow, we need people to work with us collaboratively and lift up the leadership. This is a very actualized community. Of course, we need more education, but we've got great leaders here. We have a community that has a plan and that knows their dreams and what they want out of it. And with respect to the people with great intentions that come in and want to help, yes, awesome, great, we need help, but that help needs to be standing behind the leadership. I love the extended grace and less ego and less parachuting tendencies. Again, I would be remiss to not recognize the many partners we have who are actually doing it right and are part of this phenomenon, but it's still something that we have to brace ourselves against a lot, and that leads to the fighter fatigue. It's not just fighting the fight, it's also protecting yourselves against people that have stated good intentions and they don't.
Thank you.
All right, someone say something positive. I have a lot of positive.
That's all right. That we ask what you need. That's all right, Miss Anita.
Oh, I really don't need that. Thank you very much. There's an elephant in the room that needs to be shared. And when I look at Reverend Lyde, who's been working in this area since the 80s, a lot of times by himself, it causes me to think about just how difficult it must be for him to still see the same crap that he was dealing with back then. And I get emotional, and I've been accused of being too emotional, but guess what? I'm going to stay emotional about it, okay? Because first of all, it's a man who's telling me, and you don't have some of my hormones anyway, okay? But the other part about it is this. Black folk not supposed to be concerned about this. That's part of the notion, okay? And I've had to have that conversation with an organization that we now have a couple of black folk working for, okay, who are sitting here today, okay? And I had to say to the person who leads the organization that, why should I support your organization? You don't have no black people on your board. You don't have no black people working with you but one that lives in South Carolina. Why should I want to give you my money? You know, as a contribution. So not only if you're a person of color are you working here, you're oftentimes ostracized, called crazy, and not recognized for the fact that you were born in terms of being aware of the environment that you are supposed to help take care of and protect. It didn't just happen, but that's how it's regarded when you're a person of color. And so, I mean, even though I'm glad that this organization now has some black folk that they want to come into the community and work with, they should have been doing it. And I say that to any of the organizations, okay? It's not that I'm like, oh, you know, I'm not asking for pity, I'm not asking for this. It's just that if you have a skill set and you want to bring it and say you're an environmentalist, don't look at my skin color, look at my commitment and my determination. And then come forward and step up and do something and stop acting like you my savior.
Thank you, Ms. Anita.
That's the elephant in the room, and I couldn't leave here without saying that. And to say how much some of us appreciate Reverend Lyde for the struggle he's willing to be on the battlefield. And I believe in giving people their flowers while they can see them and smell them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Microphone now. She just preached my youth. Anytime
Don't get us kicked off of YouTube.
hey, y'all finna get kicked off, but she just said, giving your flowers when you do. I ain't going no damn way.
We know that.
One of the most dreadful things about all of this is not that you're alone, because you're never alone. The most dreadful things about this is that we have determined in our environmental justice movement, based on what the very powerful people who control the resources have determined they ought to do. Believe it or not, they were the ones that caused us to be what we are, separated and divided, and scrapping, looking for scraps to bring about a difference. I'm wearing a t-shirt today, and that's the reason I needed the microphone. Every one of y'all gonna buy this t-shirt for $40. Because you didn't read the t-shirt, you just saw rump on it. We took the T off his name because 40,000 lies doesn't deserve him having a T on his name. What you would read on this particular shirt is where we ought to stop looking at the government for the small resources that they give us, but look at the people who control all of the money, which is not a governmental entity. If you think it is, you better check it out. It was started here in Glenn County at the same place that you talked about the 4-H club was, that they tore down. Tearing down the 4-H club was the same thing as tearing down any movement in the world that would have made sense for all of us to be equal. So what happened here is we need to come together under the banner of this particular t-shirt, which is to start asking the Federal Reserve, who controls all of the resources. They control the military, they control the wars, they pretend like they're against China when they fence in all of the workforce over to China because of the fact that they needed to work, get the best that they could out of small incomes for labor. We need to look at three things when we leave this campus today: land, labor, capital. And we need to challenge the Federal Reserve to give us our debt, give us our money back.
Thank you. So we're gonna wrap it up there, and we're going to move into our last few minutes because I believe in keeping our promise. I'm going to, well, first, would you like to say anything before we wrap it up? Okay. Want to make sure. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
AKA.
She is. She's also amazing. And in the vein of giving flowers, thank you. Because I think I called you I get very like, ooh, when I have an idea. And she was like, okay, let's put it into steps. Let's do it this way. And she gifted me with a table with dates. It was like, oh my gosh, she's amazing. Yes, I used to be. I'm getting older. And I get scattered. And this is, again, I can't say how much this has been a labor of love. It has been work to bring you all into this space, you all that we have been cultivating relationships with. I don't want to make it sound transactional because it's not. We are partners in this work. We are partners in all of this work to advance equity, health equity, environmental justice, energy equity, all of that. And again, we just want to say thank you for being here, for being a part of this initial conversation. You are now partners, whether you like it or not. You are all partners in this work. We're going to continue this work here in Brunswick, somewhere in Atlanta, all over the state of Georgia, and eventually all over the South. So consider yourselves like groundbreakers for kind of starting this work. Thank you all who joined us online. We're so sorry you didn't get any food. We appreciate you nonetheless. We're going to make sure you get all of the resources that we have. Register for Surge. Make sure you do that. I'm just happy to be. Y'all don't know. This has been amazing. We have been working on this at least since March. And so just to see y'all and have y'all as engaged as y'all have been, to have these conversations, to bring all this energy into the room is beautiful. And I'm just going to stop talking and say thank you and let Dominique handle this. Safe travels to anybody who is traveling and stuff.
Because Robin has been so gracious in moderating and facilitating all day. Yes, please, good hand clap. Because not only did she get in her steps, but she kept us on track and orderly all day long and making sure that we stuck to our timetable. I just want to thank Robin because, sometimes we talked about fatigue, right? Yeah. But you have people that come along and renew your passion for why you do the work that you do, and she's been one of those people for me. Yeah, she's been really a safe place for me in doing this work, and working on this project has been a passion of ours. We just learned so much about each other and why we do what we do, and hopefully we will take this work on some Black maternal health, because that's something that we learned. Yeah, it's the EJ issue too. And y'all know, as I attend meetings in the community, that's one of the topics that I'm always bringing up as well. So hopefully this will not be our last collaboration, and that we will continue to see this work to the end. That we know that meeting one time is not how you accomplish equity. That is a fight that we have to do every single day. Again, register for Surge. We're going to keep saying that over and over again because we're really excited. And I hope that you have a safe and wonderful rest of your day. We do have an evaluation. If you signed in the beginning, you should have already had this link, because we want to know what can we do better. How can we continue to make this a great space? Because we want to transition, that's been one of our words of the day, to having intersectional quarterly collaboratives about health and environmental justice, because we know that this work has to continue to be done. So we want to get y'all all back together again online and talk more about strategy building, because one thing we heard is a lot of resources were in this room and that we can hear from each other. Dr. Gear said that we don't have to reinvent the wheel, right? Yeah, and then we heard about so many different funding opportunities and policy opportunities that's coming across the pipeline. Well, we got to get together in order to do this work, because one organization can't accomplish it, right? And I think if we formed a Georgia collaborative, how powerful we would be, right? Okay, so sign this. Any other last thoughts?
We're going to take a picture, so don't leave. Yeah, take a picture to commemorate our time together.
Buy these t-shirts too.
And buy these t-shirts too.
Yes, yes. All right, group picture.
Yes, thank you all. Thank you.
Oh my God, 7 minutes to spare.
Thank you.